illegal funds. Let's support them, let's make sure it works, and let's make sure.
Affairs analyst and legal expert, thank you for your time and your contribution.
Thank you for inviting me.
We'll take a break now, and when we return the program, we'll continue to stay with us. Welcome back. The death of Professor Uche Ikone, Abia State's People's Democratic Party PDP governorship candidate, may have created a logjam in the state as far as the March 11 election is concerned. The sad incident, which was confirmed by Ikone's son, comes barely 1 month to the 2023 general elections and has raised many questions regarding the fate of the PDP in the state and the party's next line of action, with the polls fast approaching. But what does the law say about situations such as this? Well, joining me on the program to speak on the implications this death will have on the governorship election in Abia State is Evans Ufeli, legal expert. Thank you very much for joining me on the program. All right, let's begin. There have been different reactions and opinions on what is expected of the PDP, even as the Electoral Act of 2022, as amended, has taken into consideration the action a party is expected to take in situations like this. Now, what impact would you say this death, of the PDP candidate will have on the governorship race in Abia State?
Well, the impact it's going to have is that the party must go back to the Electoral Act and consider the relevant provisions of the law. If you look at Section 29 of the Electoral Act, the new Electoral Act, it says that once a party has been nominated, okay, you cannot take that party out of the process except in two different circumstances, one of which is if the party dies or where he voluntarily withdraws from the race. And then in that case, what happens next? In the case in question in Abia State, the party died. So what is required now is that they have to go back to the law. And Section 33 of the Electoral Act have already laid down procedure upon which this can be done. And it says that within 14 days, okay, the party, after the death of the deceased, the party must organize a fresh primaries to replace that candidate. So right now, it's just perhaps 3 days into the death of the party, the nominated candidate. So the party will wait between now and 14 days within which to reorganize the process. And where they organize a fresh primary election, as you know, the Electoral Act already laid the options for them. It can either be by direct primaries, indirect primaries, or by a consensus candidate. So it is left for the parties, a National Working Committee, to determine which of the options they are going to use to replace the demise candidate of the party.
Well, we saw a similar situation in 2015 when Abubakar Aldo, the Kogi APC governorship candidate, died. But thanks to the Electoral Act of 2022, the law is clear about cases like this. But is the provision of the law strong enough to prevent any crisis within the People's Democratic Party?
Well, it's strong enough because it's clear in terms, okay? It's clear in terms as to what to do. The law is not silent. In the event of death, it says within 14 days, do what you ought to do. It will lead to, there will be crisis where the party fails within 14 days to have that primaries and constitute the candidates for their flag bearer to replace the demised one. And that is only when there will be crisis, because if they exceed 14 days and they want to do it after 14 days, then that will be an invitation to litigation, because I know the opposition party we'll be looking critically at the PDP to look to see whether they will follow the due process of law or not. So it is left to the party to do as the law have stated. If they do otherwise, that is when you are going to have conflict. So 14 days is 14 days by law. So the party should put its house in order and ensure that between now and the next 14 days, they are able to get a replacement via the options that I stated earlier, either through direct primaries, indirect primaries, or via a consensus candidate to that effect.
And if the due process isn't followed and, you know, a replacement isn't found in, say, 14 days, like you've said, what happens next? What are we to expect?
What will happen is that the PDP will not have a candidate for the election. That means the other political parties in the state will go for the general election, because since the PDP, if they are unable to put their house in order to get a replacement, it means that they have forfeited the process, and that will give way, that will make the chances slimmer for the contestants who are ready and who by law have complied to all the laid down laws and procedures as encaptured in the Electoral Act.
And do you somehow envisage this happening, the PDP without a governorship candidate in Abia State? Is this possible?
Well, it's not the first time. In the last election, I mean, APC didn't have a candidate in Rivers State, and APC didn't have a candidate in Zamfara State. What happened? It also has to do with primaries like this. The law says that there should be one primaries for the entire political party, and that primary should produce the flag bearer of the party. In the two states I just mentioned in the last election, that's in 2019, instead of the political party APC to have their candidates according to the dictates of the Electoral Act, they decided to, you know, duplicate functions. They broke into factions, different factions within a state in the same political party, conducted various and different primaries and produced different candidates. You understand? And when they got to court, the Supreme Court said that no, that for the fact that the political party have been deviant and have not been able to put its house in order to produce just one candidate, they were stopped from contesting election in 2019 in Rivers State and in Zamfara State. So in this case, if by virtue of the demise of the candidate of the PDP, within 14 days they are unable to put their house in order to have a replacement according to the law, it will also mean that they will have to forfeit that election to that effect. And it will not be the first time that a political party in a state will be forfeiting the governorship election.
Well, many believe the death of Uche Ikone will prove a setback, you know, for the state governor, Okezie Ikpeazu, who is a member of the G5. But I must ask you, how much of a setback do you think this will be?
Well, it's going to be a setback to the extent that the party will need to conduct a fresh primaries. All the resources it requires, the necessary lobbying and sometimes consensus, and most times also the underlying current of dispute that this will throw up. Because remember, there are people who have interests. Okay, if in the run-up to these primaries that produce Professor Uche Ikone, there were persons who possibly must have stepped down for him. There were persons who also contested against him in the race, and there were people who had different interests in the process, and he emerged. Now, unfortunately, he died in the process. These same persons who have lost interest in this position, they will all spring out again. Politicians, you know, with their ambitions, they will come out again, and when they come out this time, it's going to be a contest and a battle. Everybody will want to win. Okay, nobody will want to lose. You may even have more contestants that may join the fore, because Some other persons who didn't contest before may want to show interest to contest. And as much as they have the right to do so, the party will not stop them from doing so. Okay, remember that a contestant have a right to go to court to challenge the process. And even when within 14 days, they're able to come up with a candidate, okay, and the election is contested and won, it does not stop any of the other candidates who have lost also go to court. Remember, we just have 1 month to this election. So the fears that this might create dispute, according to you, is very valid. It's valid in the sense that we have lost time, we have lost grounds. Now it's just 1 month. 14 days is what is allowed to get the process together. More persons may want to contest, may want to join the race. And if they join the race, and after the elections, some persons who are dissatisfied or aggrieved may want to go to court again, and would the court be able to determine this matter as quickly as possible before the election commences? The court have 180 days within which to do that, on appeal 60 days. So these are the issues that is going to spring out from the PDP circle in the elections.
Well, just briefly before I let you go, now still talking about disputes, can the PDP conduct a fresh primaries void of disputes? Now, despite the crisis, the internal crisis rocking the party, do you see this happening?
Well, well, it depends on the level of maturity of the contestants, given that they should know that they just lost one of their own, okay? One of their own that they unanimously voted for, okay? So I will expect that the PDP, must approach this with a deep sense of loss and a deep sense of maturity. But except that politicians, with their way of reasoning too, sometimes they throw caution to the wind, and they get into this the end justify the means kind of politics. The politics that sometimes does not take into cognizance the unfortunate circumstance that has just happened in the party. The same dispute arose even when the candidate died some time ago in the PDP in Kogi State, in the APC in Kogi State. So that also led to some level of crisis, because the surviving contestants also we're having this. They had to go to court, from the court of first instance to the court of to the Supreme Court. Okay, we pray and we believe that perhaps because of what has happened already, that this PDP in Abia State, they will be cautious of what has happened, and they will take the necessary step to ensure that their party contest the coming election. Remember that their party is a party in power in the state. Okay, so it's a very sensitive situation. They are not opposition. They are the leading party, and now this has occurred. So it is expected that they will use their power of incumbency and the resources at their disposal to ensure that there is peace, harmony, and tranquility in the party, to enable them within 14 days conduct a fresh primaries, so that they can have a replacement for the demised candidates.
No, all right. Now, Evans Ufeli, legal expert, thank you for your time and your insights.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's how much we can take on this edition of the program. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
Train from Warri to Itakpe derails. Amongst many other bad news in the last 1 week, I keep on praying may Nigeria never happen to me, because I cannot imagine being a passenger on a derailed train. We thank God for all 148 passengers who were unhurt, but the anxiety, trauma and fear of being attacked in the middle of nowhere, that's just too much of a risk. We just lost passengers last year on the Abuja-Kaduna route and passengers kidnapped in the Edo train station. So much insecurity and confusion on this our refurbished infrastructure. What are other countries doing that we refuse to emulate? But as is our norm here, we will pray. The government will make excuses, blame everyone else except themselves. The matter will become politicized with supporters of the political party in power telling us it happens everywhere else in the world, or opponents will say it is incompetence of government agencies to reduce these happenstances to the barest minimum. I've spoken about these refurbished locomotive trains and the billions in borrowed money we used for them many times in the past. May China not happen to Nigeria, and how safety measures weren't built into the system from the beginning. You want to install old refurbished trains, yet you wanted a security budget for them approved differently. How? Why? And Minister of Transportation shrugged during the terror attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train last year, like the abductions could have been prevented if only they'd been allowed to spend extra on securing the tracks. Shouldn't that have been a part of the entire project from scratch? A few people suspected sabotage, suggesting people stole parts of the rail tracks. Hence their suggestions that the tracks be electric tracks. Some others were thankful that the tracks weren't electric, which may have electrocuted passengers. I ask, why does everything Nigerian have to be complicated? We're not the only multi-ethnic or multiracial country in the world. Where's the Nigerian dream? Some people are already suggesting that if a new party gets into government, the old establishment will frustrate them. Meaning, like Chibok abductions were used to bring down the Jonathan government, some people may actually sabotage government policies and initiatives just to say, I told you so. This your new president doesn't have the capacity to lead effectively. I shudder. Does that mean Nigeria, as constituted, may never succeed? Several analysts have predicted this, that the current constitution, even though amended, cannot bring development, as different segments of the country want different things. Will restructuring help? So each state can develop at its own pace. Wouldn't that mean many Nigerians will migrate to the states doing well, overburdening such states? Pretty much close to what we see now, with many migrating to the big cities from our rural areas to get a better life. Will Nigeria ever succeed? I know she will. We must agree, and we have to start with a government that will lead the conversation. Don't sell your votes. Every single vote counts. If some people want to be led by religious tenets, let them agree. If others want to be led by justice, equity and fairness, we shouldn't impose religion on them. Have you collected your PVC? This is the last week to do so. Please check the INEC portal now to be sure that you're not a ghost voter, and educate yourself and people around you on how to cast valid votes. What's with our senators voting against the use of biometric machines 1 month to elections? Do these people want the best for Nigeria, or it has to always be about them? For the first time in Nigeria's history, we're going to use machines to prevent and reduce rigging. And a few people who have perpetuated themselves in government are opposing the idea. Nigerians have tolerated Nigerian politicians for far too long. They no longer know that they are public servants. They believe they are our parents because of their ages and the ages of their ideas. 2023 is a turning point for Nigeria. It's not the time to sit on the fence or think politics is not your business. If you're 18 years today, you'll be 26 in another 8 years. Nigeria's next leader will definitely impact your life. It is therefore very important to get involved. It may seem like we've rolled back 40 years in terms of development, yet now is the right time to jumpstart Nigeria and move her forward speedily. There's no time for entitled politicians, selfish leaders, nor a docile citizenry. Nigeria will succeed. You and I will succeed in 2023.
It's a pleasure to have you join us on the program. I am Folashade Ogurinde. From the tertiary education tax to the excise duty hike, the Finance Bill 2022 has elicited criticism from stakeholders and industry watchers who believe the bill is a shotgun approach of the federal government to improve the state's revenue generation capabilities. Experts have also expressed concerns over the heavy taxation burden on companies and the service sector. While President Muhammadu Buhari has withheld assent to the bill to allow for more consultation, the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, explains that the purpose of the tax equity reforms is to combat tax evasion and aggressive tax planning practices that some companies operating in Nigeria are involved in. To speak more on this development, Taiwo Yedele, Fiscal Policy Partner and Africa Tax Leader at PwC, joins me now. As always, thank you very much for your time. Now, increase in tertiary education tax rate from 2.5% to 3%. It is instructive also to say that the rate was only recently increased from 2% to 2.5% via the 2021 Finance Act. What do you make of this?
Okay. So thank you very much for the 2022 Finance Bill, which is meant to take effect from 1st of January 2023. Although it hasn't been signed, which means the effective date is likely going to be whenever the president eventually signs the bill. So that bill has a few broad objectives. One of it is tax equity, which means we want to treat similar transactions and similar businesses equally under similar circumstances. You have another one to do with climate change, where because Nigeria has made commitment to net zero, they are trying to make some reforms in the tax space. There's incentive reforms, there's job creation and economic growth, and then there's revenue generation and tax administration. Those are the broad objectives. So your question about the tertiary education tax being proposed to go from 2.5% to 3% will fall under revenue generation. The problem, though, is that that rate was increased only recently in the previous, just the immediate past finance bill, from 2% to 2.5%. Based on the budget presentation made by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning today, it shows that the revenue from tertiary education exceeded government budget for 2022. Now, while we all admit and agree that the educational sector requires funding, we also know that funding is not the only problem, because over the past 10 years alone, the amount collected by way of taxes from tertiary education tax has been over 2 trillion naira. But there's very little or no accountability as to how that has been spent. We know that lecturers were on strike for almost 8 months last year. So we believe that the focus should have been more on accountability and governance of the amount being contributed before any increases. Plus, if you just increase the rate last year, why increase it again at a time when the business community and the private sector generally are struggling and they are overburdened by taxes? That also makes Nigeria's corporate income tax rate to be one of the highest in the world. When you take 30% for corporate income tax, 2.5% for education tax, you take for NASENI, that's engineering and science, there's one for information technology, there's one for police tax. By the time you put everything together, our effective corporate tax rate is around 36%, and it's clearly one of the highest in the world.
Now, the federal government has said over time that it will ramp up revenue through more taxation. Do you think the Finance Bill 2022 will achieve that?
Clearly, there are provisions in the bill for raising new taxes. In addition to the tertiary education taxes, we have provisions for taxation of cryptocurrency. We also have provisions to tax gaming and lottery, but I think the lawmakers took that out. We also have provisions where government is trying to take away incentives that companies have enjoyed before, such as investment allowance on plant and machinery. Again, that is to also help government to raise revenue. We had incentives that were available to hotels before. They're also trying to take that away. In addition to instances of what they call anti-avoidance provisions on VAT, where if related parties carry out transaction and government is not happy with the price that they agree between themselves, government can increase that price and ask you to pay more taxes. There's also the excise duty tax they want to impose on all services, including telecommunication and a few others. So there are quite a number of provisions there trying to either impose new taxes or increase the rate of existing ones. I do not think that those taxes would balance the budget, because the hole in the budget, or should I call it the budget deficit, is so significant. It's about 11 trillion for the federal government, about 5 trillion for states. So altogether, you're talking about close to 16, 17 trillion naira of budget deficit. When Nigeria can make revenue from will be to address the wasteful petrol subsidy. It will be to tackle the oil theft so that we can produce about 2.3 million barrels per day. And then to ensure that we use technology and and data to gain intelligence so that everybody who is doing any legitimate activity is paying their fair share. That way you can move the needle significantly rather than trying to overburden the few, compliant taxpayers around who are really eager to do the right thing, but the environment is difficult for them.
Now, speaking of the VAT, that's value-added tax, the IMF has advised the federal government to increase VAT. Is this the right step in the right direction?
Increasing VAT from 7.5 to whether it's 10, it's 12, 14, or 15%, it's not a right or wrong thing. So it depends on how it is done. Nigeria's VAT system is different structurally from most of the rest of the world. In Nigeria, when you invest in assets for your business, you cannot claim the input VAT. In other words, the VAT you pay, you have to bear the burden of it. The same thing for services. When you pay for services and there's VAT, you have to bear the burden as a business. In most countries around the world, businesses can reclaim the input VAT they pay on assets and on services. So which means the burden on businesses, even when the rate is 15%, is very low. Now, Nigeria cannot retain a VAT system where we do not allow full claim of input VAT by businesses and then just compare the headline rate and say Nigeria has one of the lowest VAT rates. That's like comparing mangoes and apples and then struggling to find the difference. So we have to then introduce comprehensive reforms that make Nigeria's VAT system structurally aligned with the rest of the world. If you do that, then increasing the rate will be appropriate. Also because based on the national tax policy, as you're increasing the rate for indirect taxes, such as VAT, you are expected to also reduce the rate for direct taxes, such as the corporate income tax. So on one hand, government cannot be increasing the rate of direct taxes and also be planning to increase the rate of indirect taxes and also not making reforms so that the burden of those taxes on businesses are less. If you do all of that, I think it's the recipe for chaos. You're going to just, a lot of investments that are currently in the country are going to wind down and move elsewhere, and you will struggle to attract any new investment, whether it's foreign direct investment or even domestic investment, by the way.
Now, the finance bill also speaks on the fact that gains on digital assets, including cryptocurrency, to be specifically chargeable to tax under the Capital Gains Tax Act at the rate of 10%. How do you think this will work?
When it comes to taxation, the rules are different from financial regulation or anything else. The provisions of the law, and this is the same thing all over the world, is that for when it comes to taxation, it doesn't even matter whether the activity is legal or illegal, right? So there are countries where, for example, prostitution is illegal, but the taxman will still collect tax from you. So whatever you do that you make money, the taxman will collect his money, regardless of whether it's legal or not. But having said that, what the CBN said, CBN has no powers to make, crypto legal or illegal. They are not the National Assembly. It's only the National Assembly that can pass a law to say something is legal or illegal. what the CBN did was to stop banks from facilitating, the payment to do with crypto. They say, banks, don't do it, and don't help your customers to do it. So what that means is individuals and maybe businesses that are involved in crypto are having to find alternative ways, I'll say maybe over the counter or the black economy, how they're doing their crypto. Now, government has now said that they want to collect taxes from crypto. And this is also consistent with what we see in a few countries around the world, like the US, Italy, and a few other places are already taxing crypto. The problem that we're going to run into in Nigeria is because the CBN has decided to say, don't get involved, banks, don't do it, right? It means that governments would be almost unable completely to even know what's happening there. Because the way developed countries that are taxing crypto, the way they know what they're doing is that they regulate the exchanges that are carrying out those transactions on behalf of customers and the banks where they're moving the money to and from, right? So the government can then direct banks and the exchanges, including maybe even the miners, to say you must submit certain reports. So those reports will help government to know who is selling and who is buying and whether they are making gains. So in Nigeria, I think that this provision is only just as good as the paper on which it is written on, because if anybody does not declare their gains from crypto, I don't know how Nigerian government will know. Plus the timing in terms of everybody knows that last year was a very bad year for cryptocurrency. So I don't see anybody who was making gains last year. They were making losses. So really, maybe it's a tax for the future rather than the current time.
Now, the bill also proposes a 50% tax increase from the 30% to companies involving gas flaring. How does this work?
Yeah, so gas flaring is a technical terminology that, if I want to simplify it, when you're trying to produce crude oil, for example, the crude oil is somewhere far down beneath the Earth's surface, and it's usually, there's what they call associated gas. So there's gas also in the reservoir where you're trying to get the oil from. As you're pumping the oil into the surface, the gas also will be trying to escape, right? And, if you do nothing, then that gas goes into the atmosphere and it can kill, all living things that it finds around, including the human beings. So that's not an option. So the other two options you then have is to either capture the gas and turn it into useful purposes, essentially what we call gas utilization, or you could set it on fire so that it burns away instead of going into the atmosphere to kill living things. Now, to be able to capture the gas and convert it to useful purposes, one requires two important ingredients. One is you need to make the investment because it's not like you just go there and capture it with buckets, right? Number two is that the price at which you're going to sell the gas should be commercial enough to cover that cost you've incurred on the investments you have made. Now, what has happened in Nigeria is that in these major oil production assets, Nigerian government is actually the senior shareholder, sometimes holding about 60%. Nigeria has refused to make its own contribution to the investment that is required. Number two, Nigerian government is setting the price at which gas can be sold, such that it does not make any commercial sense for any private sector to make those huge investments and then not be able to recover their money. So to then turn around as government that has not enabled this to work and then punish the private sector players by increasing their taxes by additional 20%, in my view, is a wrong policy choice, especially at this time when, because of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, Europe is looking for alternative sources of gas, which means they have billions of dollars and they're looking for where to invest. These proposal by the government will discourage the investment from coming to Nigeria, bearing in mind that under the Petroleum Industry Act that was recently enacted, some of these companies will pay hydrocarbon tax of 30%. They'll pay companies income tax of 30%. When you add 20% to it, it may easily get to 80% before they start adding education tax and all the rest. To be honest, I don't see anybody who will be excited to make those investment decisions with such a very high rate of tax.
Well, Taiwo Oyedele, thank you very much for your time and contribution as always.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we'll take a breather here. Money Matters returns shortly. To stay with us. Welcome back to the program. Industry experts have predicted that the full deployment of the 5G network across Nigeria in 2023 and the implementation of the Startup Act will further drive fintech innovation, technology skills development and data application, among others. The Association of Licensed Telecom Operators of Nigeria, ALTEN, says rollout of 5G services across the country in 2023 will further drive development in the telecom sector. Nigeria recorded broadband subscription growth over 84.9 million with a penetration rate of 44.49% in July 2022, and which increased to 86.94 million with a penetration of 45.55% in October. Well, for more insight, Adedeji Adedoyin, ICT experts and managing partner Blue Wave Limited, joins me now. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, share with us your insight into the growth of Nigeria's ICT sector in 2022.
Okay, thank you very much. In year 2022, I mean, we've witnessed a lot of growth, and I think one of the biggest growth we've witnessed was the launch of the next generation of mobile network, which is the 5G mobile network, and I mean, the possibilities of what we can do with 5G is now here in Nigeria, and I also think that one of the other things that I think became a highlight for last year was also the launch of the Starlink. That was the Elon Musk's Starlink service in the country. So which even gives even much broader capacity for the internet services in Nigeria. So meaning wherever you are in Nigeria with a service like Starlinks, you could connect and reach out to the world. In terms of what last year holds for us, the things we've seen last year is we've seen a growth in remote work. We have more and more young people that are opting for remote work because of better and cheaper access to the internet. Okay, so we have more and more people, not just even in Lagos. We have people in Ibadan, we have people in Owerri, we have people in places across the country that are connecting remotely and doing jobs remotely and getting paid remotely. So I think it's a good phase for us as a country that we have citizens that could work globally right from here in Nigeria. And I think the other thing we are also seeing is a growth in content production. We are seeing more and more content production happening around us today. If you go online today, you see a whole lot of digital content creators online today. So I think it's also an industry that is fast growing, and we are just scratching the surface of that, okay? Because we are at a phase where those contents would evolve, and the internet would make that possible. So as we proceed and as we get better connections, and as we also have increased broadband penetration across the country, we would definitely see more diverse contents being created. And also don't forget that the music industry is also growing. And I mean, the digital space plays a whole lot of role in the growth of our music and also our videos. So today we are seeing more content on platforms like Netflix. We are seeing more Nigerian content on platforms like Amazon Prime. So we would always see more and more of this in the coming months. And I think these are some of the key highlights for last year. And also in terms of fintech, we are seeing more fintech coming up, trying to solve problems that we witness day in, day out. So all these are things we definitely see.
Now, what role will 5G network play in fintech innovation?
I think the first thing I would say is employment. I mean, we can't underestimate the volume of or the rate of unemployment in the country. I mean, you can't underestimate the effects of the scale of unemployment in the country. So what it means is that if we deploy more stable and more robust internet service across the country, what it simply means is that more people will get jobs to do. Okay, more people will have things to do. And when people have things to do, for example, we've talked about remote work, more and more Nigerians will go online to connect and do remote work. Now, when they do remote work and they are able to raise money from that, within their local communities, by nature, they will likely invest in their local community. So if, for example, I'm in a town in maybe somewhere in Oyo State, for example, and I'm doing a remote work, and I have a bit of disposable income with me that I'm not spending, I could decide to invest it in a business within the community. And if I invest in that community, what it means is that I'm employing more people, and by employing more people, we are lifting more people out of poverty. Okay, so employment is one of the key things. And apart from remote work, it also gives us the opportunity to empower our citizens by giving them skill sets that up until now has not been widely available within the country. So, but now with these services, people can go online, learn new things, learn new skills, learn new, seek new opportunities. And with that, they can build new experiences, build new knowledge, and solve problems within their locality. Okay, so people can go online to take whatever courses they need to take because the services are available to them. They can go online to seek out opportunities, go online to seek out partnerships, and build new networks within themselves, and also solve global problems by the connections they create online. So that's one thing we would see. Then also we also see better government services. Yes, government is always slow to deploy networks, to deploy technology, but as more and more of these things are available, we would always see ease in how governments reach out to citizens. And a very good example is, for example, how we are able to register our businesses online these days. How you can go online today to, for example, you want to renew your passports, you can go online to book for that. So you can do a whole lot of things online right now. With governments and whereas when you're interfacing with governments, okay? So a lot of people, for example, pay their tax online today. So as networks grow and we have more and more of these services across the country, servicing citizens would definitely get easier. And also, a whole lot of a lot of different parts of the country would also be opened up to the internet. What do I mean? We have a whole lot of culture, we have food, we have a whole lot of things that even the world does not know. But as we move forward and as we create better networks across the country, more and more people will share their story, they will share their content, and for the world to see. And I mean, the world will definitely appreciate Nigeria more as we proceed.
Well, finally, before I let you go, how significant will the full deployment of the 5G network be in Nigeria's ICT sector?
Well, it's still, you know, one thing about life is the fact that we are all reluctant to change. Like a quote I heard recently is that said that everybody wants the world to change, but they themselves don't want to change. Okay, so we want to see changes around us, but we don't want to change. Now, one of the key things we have to understand about this is the fact that I mean, it's something we've talked about. I mean, it has been on for a while now, since the COVID period. I think there's been that large propaganda around 5G and all that. But the question is, I mean, we've used 2G, we've used 3G, we've used 4G, we've used 4.5G. Now we are 5G, we are on 5G now. The question is between 2G to 4.5G that we've used all this while up until now. Have we had any large-scale radiation problems? The question is, I mean, the answer is no. Okay, so largely we've not had anything we could consider to be radiation issues. Okay, so for 5G, I think the dynamics of 5G is just the fact that it's a bit shorter than 4G, meaning that we likely have more masts and would have more masts within a smaller space of like a smaller space. Okay, so but with that, I mean, it's radiations that has been tested, and I mean, all these things have been tested over time. And one thing you should understand is that across the world, if there would be health implications for that, government across the country will not encourage the deployment. Okay, so I mean, we've used 4G up until now without any issues, so I don't think 5G will be a problem. So I just want to say that we should embrace what we have, and let's take the opportunity that comes with it. Okay, so that we don't, because there is 5G or 4G, we don't want to, I mean, because of what we think might be an health issue or what we feel radiation might do. There's always radiation around us every day. I mean, we use mobile phones that have their own radiations. We use wireless devices. We have IoT devices that use wireless, that connect wirelessly across today. So all the radiations are already around us. So I don't think 5G will be different, and I don't think it will make any difference than what we've always experienced. So I think the important thing is just for us to understand the qualities and the benefits that these new services bring to us and how we can maximize it.
Well, Adedeji Adedoyin, ICT experts and managing partner, Blue Wave Limited, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. Well, we've come to the end of the program. To join us again next time, I am Fola Shadi. Well, Green Day. Bye for now.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
was nominated as the chairman of Grantmanship by the college management in 2018. And what is Grantmanship? Grantmanship is sourcing for grants for the development of the college. And so our first outing, we want to create awareness among the staffs on what is grantmanship, and therefore invited 2 speakers. Professor Idachapa from Component University and Dr. Dabasaki from Ford Foundation. Along the line, he told us that they don't give grants, and that they have specific area, and that is area of art. For years, those in the School of Art, they have been dreaming of having something like this, but it is a matter of money. There's no money backing, nothing. So, but when he was now asking us, he talked to us about the policy, said, okay, we'll look into that. He said, okay, so if you are coming because they are interested in art, why don't we join it with an exhibition on sexual harassment? He said, oh, that's all right. But he now told us that one will not fetch us much. Okay, the college, since inception of the college, 1947, we have Department of Art. Later, it metamorphoses into School of Art. Do we have a collection center for all the arts? We said no. He said, well, what if you have a mini museum? I said, okay, that's a great idea. And he now asked us to go and write proposal. So we left that place. Oh, we rub mind, we write, we send to him, did some correction, he sent it back to us. But along the line, we found out that we cannot do it alone because we are science-based. So we need somebody that is fast in art. And that was how Dr. Rimolade came in. And the 3 of us, we wrote the proposal, he helped us fine-tune it, and that was how we get the grant of $100,000 for this project. But like I said, it is not this project alone. So 3 projects. This is the major one. Then we have the exhibition and we have the policy. So on the 25th of November this year, that is when we launched the 3.
Initially, we were just looking at a program where we address sexual harassment in the college, but by extension, we were able to get a museum out of the whole project. And the museum was launched on the 25th of November 2020.
What I could start with is that we were dealing with an abandoned space, and we had to deal with a lot of forces of the elements, which obviously we won this far. The fight continues, and our museum is in the basement space. The basement space takes more than half of the lower part of the building, so it's a large, very large space. The purpose of the space in itself, aside from the display space that you already have been through, the museum actually has 3 components, where we have the display place for the works that we put up, and then we also have a research and repository section. This section is supposed to deal with future research. A lot of writing, of course, is going to start happening, and keeping a log of information. We've been here, the school has been here for such a long time, and it has so many relationships with so many artists in the city, and we want to begin to document them. So it becomes a space where anyone that is looking for information, primary information, not just things that you find online, things that these artists probably would keep or lose, like how you would go through Dali's foundation now and find notebooks and things. Those are the kind of things that the museum is going to gather for research purposes. We're starting to work towards having our conservatory and preservation section. It's a restoration section, which works perfectly for us because our faculty has already for several years been running programs on methods and materials, and under methods and materials there's a section for preservation and conservation of art. So it's not a full-fledged course here. It's not even a full-fledged course anywhere close to us. So hopefully it would be filling a huge gap, not just for our community, but for artists and art collectors around us. We hope it becomes a service point moving forward.
I'm very happy about this because, like you have rightly said, that I've been here for a decade. Yeah, you see, we have Yusuf Gilo Gallery, and coming now to have Yaba Art Museum is very, very good. And we have to thank God for the people that sponsor the Fourth Foundation for that, for this achievement. We thank God. And you see, this Yaba Art Museum is one and the first in the all higher institution in Nigeria, the first and in the higher institution in Nigeria. As we all know, Yaba Art School is still the best. So we are coming again as the best to produce the largest art museum in any higher institution in this country.
For years, those in the School of Art, they have been dreaming of having something like this. But it is a matter of money. There's no money backing, nothing. So, but when he was now asking us, he talked to us about the policy, said, okay, we'll look into that. He said, okay, so if you are coming because they are interested in art, why don't we join it with an exhibition on sexual harassment? We said, that's all right. But he now told us that that one will not fetch us much. That, okay, the college, since inception of the college, 1947, we have Department of Art. Later, it metamorphoses into School of Art. Do we have a collection center for all the arts? We said no. We said, well, what if you have a mini museum? We said, okay, that's a great idea. Now asked us to go and write proposal. So we left that place. So we rub mind, we write, we sent to him, did some correction, he sent it back to us. But along the line, we found out that we cannot do it alone because we are science-based. So we need somebody that is fast in art. And that was how Dr. Rimolade came in. And the three of us, we wrote the proposal. He helped us fine-tune it. And that was how we get the grant of $100,000 for this project. But like I said, it is not this project alone. So 3 projects. This is the major one. Then we have the exhibition and we have the policy. So on the 25th of November this year, that is when we launch.
In this part of the world, when it comes to art school, I think Yaba Art School has been on for over 70 years, and that's quite a record. And with that, which means that her seeds are all over the place globally, right? So when it comes to adding to the content of what we have in here, in fact, we're just starting, right? Because we have a lot of people, alumni outside there that are willing, to actually have donate to this particular, museum, right? And so, like I told you earlier on, constantly, we'll be having this, enriching the collection. So, because like I told you, what we have, some of, students' works, lecturers, as well as supporters out there, right? If there's anything we are aiming at, it's, because we know what is happening outside there, and this is what we are ready to give locally. Now, come to the artifacts that are out there. Why do we travel out there to see those works? It's because of the way they've been packaged, and that is where, because you have a lot of, information about those things, those works, where they are, and when you see some of the promotions about them, you want to see them, right? So if there's anything, there's a question you ask whether we are ready for it. I want to say here in Yaba College of Technology, we are even ready, right? In the sense that the kind of space we have, the kind of packaging we are ready to give works in our collection, certainly it will compete favorably with what you have outside there. Because the fear, as far as I'm concerned, regarding our artifacts out there, it's because people troop out there to look at them because of the way they've been presented, the way they've been packaged, right? And if such works are, eventually repatriated, how are we sure that we want to? Because what they've done, that has added value to them. Once they bring it out there, if we are not careful, right, knowing the Nigerian thing, we might decide that we might discover that those works will lose their value, right? So it's now up, the onus is on us to see what we can do to actually up the game regarding packaging, adding value to that. And I want to tell you, people want to, wherever they are, they want to come down here to see those works, because whether you like it or not, the venue most times makes the event, right? So it's about where do you have the work. You don't just repatriate them and just put them somewhere where nobody cares for them, right? So these are the things we are ready to do in Yaba Art Museum. And as you can see, we're just starting. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Essentially, the role of museum is so very important to every household, to community, to the city, the country, and the world at large. The museum is a point where you keep the treasures, the family treasures, the community treasures, the institutional treasure, and then the state treasure, national treasure, and also at the international level, these treasures are exchanged through collaboration so that other people on the side of the globe can see what is happening at the other side. But most importantly, the museum provide a historical documentation of the evolution of a people, how they reasoned some time ago, how they were able to advance technologically and the rest of it. It can be read from the artifacts and the works that are available.
Museum is not a profit-making institution, so to say. museum documents history, documents culture. And because this one is situated within the academic environment, it's a place where students can learn from the past works of other students that have left the place over a period of time. Because if you look at the works here, they are from different departments and they carry different philosophies and ideas which the students could actually tap into. The museum gives what I'll call academic visibility to the school. It opens avenue for people to come in, to look at what we have done and also to collaborate with us and see how we have been able over the years to document the history of our environment.
The museum in itself, aside from serving the aesthetic purposes that people come to see, the hope is that it would serve not just for art lovers, because that's just one perspective of looking at art. Artists can be very, very interdisciplinary, and we're actually a technological institution, so we have different faculties and learners that can relate to the works, either through history, through its methodology, through the happenings at the times of the works that were created. There are different connection points that can come through education, of the art piece. It's not just the pretty picture.
The role of the museum is also to educate, apart from charting a history for people. Is to educate you, and it's also going to give records of those objects that made history, and then by extension those who did them. And you find that now that you have this museum here, it's already attracting economic business environment, which is the characteristics of every museum anywhere in the whole world. There is going to be coffee shop somewhere, and there will be where people can have their snacks, where people can sit down, and there will be postcards made from some of the artifacts here, some souvenirs that people can pick, and most importantly, you'll find that when the culture of the museum is built, everybody around becomes aware, and then the import of keeping what we have is also being taught indirectly, so that everybody will know that things that you have, even your old man, your grandfather's agbada, for instance, dresses, their shoes, and that you say, oh, this is old school, you trash it. You don't throw anything away. These are things that can speak for that community. And that is what the museum, the role, the positioning here is going to play.
It's not just a place where works are gathered. Mind you, we're not just gathering works here for gathering's sake. Because what is very important is for the fact that for every work we have in this collection, certainly the data of each of those works, that is the artist, the year it is made, the materials, and what the content and materials of each of the works are well documented. So it's not just about having the works alone and for people to come around and see alone. No. This is more going to be like more or less a research center, you know, as you have, you know, in other climes, such as Smithsonian and other institutions like that, whereby if you're interested in, you know, researching about a particular artist, you know, you can always come here and, you know, you can have all that you can gather regarding the work, the artist, everything about the artist we are actually gathering here, we have here. So it's not just going to be a place where you just have the works alone. No. Everything concerning the artist, its art, then, which means that for historians, you know, for, you know, researchers, you know, it's a place to be, right? So because it's going to compete favorably with other institutions, you know, museum around the world. That is our dream. And with the fact that we're also being supported by Ford Foundation, I think that is also a plus, because once we have such a foundation backing us, I think you want to know that, I want to believe that it's not just going to be a local thing, it's going to be a global, you know, one, whereby everything, you know, that has to do with art, especially staff and students, Yaba Collect Technology, can be assessed.
This museum has a lot of importance to the environment, and all the students and everybody, we are all gearing up to embrace this. And at the national level, you find that one role museum plays is that immediately people arrive somewhere, they say, please, I would like to see this, I would like to see that. So it becomes a cultural destination. And I think that's another cultural tourism. There's a lot of potential that institution of a museum like this will generate once it kicks off fully.
About art is that it finds its way to insinuate itself into every single aspect of what you do, consciously or unconsciously. So it's very strange to say you want to cut art out of anything. Even when you want to write about cutting it out, you need the artist to help you do that. But then when you talk about sponsorship or support, I think the first thing I should say, this is a federal institution, and we've been so fortunate with the rector that we currently have in the institution. There's nothing you want to do, particularly in these times. If you don't have political will, nothing is going to happen. But then the rector has championed the cause with so much energy and supported it at every turn. So I think that is a positive thing, because he works for the government.
Most of the work say that some of them, they are unknown. You see, you know how many years back, I've been lecturing over 20 years ago. And where we are sitting down, here we have Lara Ige. She is based in London, and we have a lot of lecturers here that are based in America that they sent in their works. Though for those that we cannot, we cannot pick up their names, we will send photographers and say who their classmates. We will look for their classmates that can identify the owner of the works. So that's why we are still working. You see, it's still new. We are still working, asking who is the owner of this. You see, like my classmate here, I finished from this place, and my classmates here, I have their works. I could be able to say this is so person's work. You see, and a lot has happened concerning these works that we are presenting here, because they are asking us. Some are still bringing their works, but as time goes on, I think we'll improve on all those things.
When you look at the Benin bronze, the Ife terracotta, the Igboku, and the Nok culture, you are able to now say, okay, at this point in time, You mean there were Nigerians that reasoned and did this work. And so you can use that to project a roadmap and development of a country. Unfortunately, we haven't seen this in Nigeria. The museum that was built during the colonial era is just there. At some point in time, people are even referring to it as a mortuary, because in a typical African society, the museum, the family museum, for instance, on yearly basis is refreshed, and that is where you have the festivals. And when you have the festival, you find that the artifacts or the collection or the achievement for that particular year is deposited at the museum, and that is building history. And so when you look at all these artifacts, you are able to record the number of years. You are able to talk about dynasties. You are able to talk about at what times what happened. And that helps people to be able to come out with a growth pattern that will inform you to plan even for the future.
Talking about support, we're very grateful to Ford Foundation for the support so far, and we're looking to support from other areas. We already have a lot of support, hopefully coming from the Lagos State Council for Arts and Tourism. The commissioner was here and she was so impressed and has offered help, and this is a government establishment, so I don't think I would say we've had negative issues so far, although we've had challenges. I must emphasize that we are a work in progress. This is the start of a start, because we've had just a little over 2 years working on this, and anyone that knows about research knows that it's not enough time to gather anything. But we've done what we can so far, and currently our collection is about a little over 2,000 pieces. So what you see in the display is less than half or less than a quarter of what the collection actually holds. But the display actually holds works from our past, older works from our beginning, which I mean the school in itself. When I say the school, I mean Yaba College of Technology, has its own history starting all the way from 1933. Contrary to popular opinion of 1948. But then the School of Art in itself, its beginning started in 1952, and which means in 2 years' time, it's 70, making us the very oldest one around.
we are Nigerians, and problems, challenges that are peculiar to us, we know them, right? So, and also, once you know your challenges, your problems, certainly it's half solved, because it's to know how to go about it. And with that, I think as an art school, we know what we need, we know what we can do to preserve this. And certainly the need for us to also, take the right step in assessing this, in doing this. All these have been, have been planned out, and we're working on it. So we know that we have a job to do here, and first is the care for the artworks, because they must be maintained at a particular temperature, right? First, the museum, this particular space, we know what we went through to be able to, secure it, regarding some of the elements that we battle with to be able to, have it the way it is today. And we are not resting on our hours. We know that there's still a lot of things to put in place to be able to, keep it going. Because, like you rightly observe, yes, in Nigeria, we know that down to except air that is free to us, every other thing, you just have to fight for it. So, as an institution, as a museum, certainly all these are being worked out so that, we don't just have, it will not seems as if we are just a flash in the pan. No, continuity, maintenance is very, very key, and we are seriously working at that, and I want to believe that very soon we're still going to invite you. We discover that because every now and then we want to keep on, improving on what we have. We don't have all yet, right? Because yes, we have this space. No, it's just about this space. There are lots that we still need to do regarding the work, because, it's not just about this space, but about the content, right? So, which is very important. And you're talking about the content, you're talking about the preservation. These are the things. If we've been doing it for other, around the world, why can't we do it for ourselves here? So we are aware of these challenges, and headlong we are battling it.
How many museums do we have in Lagos? We have just the National Museum. And coming to have Yaba Art Museum, it's something else. You see, we have a lot of, this art museum now is like tourism. Because some people will be coming in now, they'll be asking, where can I get museum? Where is the museum? But now, the National Theatre, they don't have anything again there. But having this one now at the Art Museum within, you see, it's in the center of Lagos. So it's something that is very, very nice. And because a lot of people, when we opened this place last month, in fact, people have been praising the college for this upbringing. And it's very, very good, because most of people will be benefiting. You see, most of the works we are seeing here are products of our ex-students. And most of the products you are seeing here, we are the supervisors. Like you see, the work I'm sitting behind is my work. This work you are seeing behind me is dedicated to the African children, and again dedicated to the children that died during the bomb blast, Ikeja bomb blast. That's why I said I prefer to sit down where this work is, because it's for a purpose.
I was hoping to have so many events that are worked into the programs of the museum. Educational events, social events, screenings, excursions. We're hoping to be able to host researchers and different host curators. So it's supposed to become very active in the years coming, at least while I'm working on it. It's hoped that it will become very active during that period.
The Oshogbo Sacred Grove in Oshogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria, is one of the last remnants of primary high forest in southern Nigeria. The site, a natural habitat that has been preserved for over 400 years, has served as both a pilgrim point as well as a tourist center for millions of people who visit the site annually to worship and celebrate the Osun goddess that is believed to inhabit the river that runs through the grove, giving the water the ability to heal and grant wishes of its believers.
Osun Grove happened to be a site that we all refer to as a living site. It is a living site just because activities that have been carried out over the years are still performed the way it used to be then. And secondly, it is a site where the worshippers do come to perform every 5th of the day, which means 5 days. They do come. For example, in churches, we go to churches during the week, but on Sunday, we christen it to be, we go to church on Sunday. Likewise, the Muslim goes to mosque on Friday. So despite the fact that the devotees do come interval, but they have a 5 day, which they call Ojose. Aside this, the uniqueness of this site is the name Oshogbo was derived from this site. The appellation of the king was derived from this site.
From the entrance, one could feel the tranquility that comes with the well-preserved forest. A little further down comes another feeling of an elevated being's dwellings. This is the Oshogbo Sacred Grove, one of the last sacred forests in Nigeria, along the banks of the Osun River, just outside the city of Oshogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria. In this forest of 75 hectares of undisturbed areas of land, no residential building is allowed, no killing of any kind of animal, no fishing, no hunting or felling of trees.
Apart the fact that this is 75 hectares of the core zone and 47 hectares of the buffer zone. It's one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa and second UNESCO World Heritage Site in Nigeria. The kind of people or crowd that comes around, one will be marveled why this. But it is a festival and a river that people believes in. Because of the sacredness, you can't cut a tree, you can't fish. And if you are not a devotee, there are certain activities you don't do so that you don't blame yourself.
The one path that cuts right through the grove is lined on either sides with sanctuaries, illustrations of traditional Yoruba deities and primary high forest. Adekunle Olatunji is the curator and site manager of the grove that has existed for over 4 centuries. On a tour of the sacred forest, Olatunji describes how the name Oshogbo came about and what the grove stands for.
At Ikpole, some kilometers from here is in Iboku. There's an hunter. It's not just an hunter that going to the bush to kill rattle. It's a big hunter that hunts for elephants, bigger animals. In one of his sojourn, then from Ikpole looking for where they can get water, they now got to this site. On getting to this site, he was astounded. We were looking for almost a 40 kilometers from here, looking for water, still large water here. So he decided to go back to inform the king. My brother, we are hunting, I got to his place and I saw this river. So the hunter then was Oguntimeyin, while the king then at Ikpole is Laroye. So the two of them came down to the site, seeing what they wanted. So they decided to settle down at the bank of the river. So in one of their trying to rent the tent, a tree now fell into the river. And a voice came out of the river saying, Eyoma darling, you have broken my time, but 84 kokwa. So everybody the two of them were so shocked. Who is this person? Simultaneously, the spirit now answered. Oshogbo pele, Oshogbo rara, Oshogbo pele, Oshogbo. That was when they knew they are in Oshogbo. Literally meaning Oshogbo. So now, they now felt, what is the next thing to do? In Yoruba then, something strange happened. You do divination. During their divination, they wanted to know what's happening. So the Babalawo now said, Oshun dwell here. You cannot stay with Oshun. So they moved from the bank of the river, moved up. They now built a hut. That hut today is what we call the first palace. And there's these promises between them that if we say we should leave this place, as a powerful person, they felt, how will somebody in the river be telling us to leave? So if we are to leave, what will you do for us? And I said, okay, if you are to leave, I will make you prosper. There is no war that will conquer you. Do my bidding, and every year there must be somebody from your lineage to come and bring object of appeasement to me every year.
But the grove wasn't always this beautiful and serene. In fact, there was a time it was completely infested with termites until an Austrian artist, Susan Wenger, and her husband Uli Bayer arrived to save the sacred monument. Wenger devoted some 50 years of her life to preserving the forest, and with the help of local craftsmen in the city, she transformed the sacred grove into a sculptural garden with compelling artworks and objects of habitation. Because of them, this 200 acres is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
When Mama started with the Oshun Groves, she started at the area we called Ayedakun. Ayedakun is also part of the groves. Our first two sculptures are still there, where we have Obatala and Yemo. And she did that, not in one place, at the main shrine, Ebu Yamako, and inside the forest there are the sculptures there that she made. And Mama would do the art with meditating, like communication with the deity before doing any form of art. And Mama got her inspiration, from there because she stayed there for a while.
She was invited to come and see or assist us in treating this termite attack. In doing that, she now fell in love with the culture. So she is so powerful and mystic that if she sleeps, revelations of what she is expected to do for this place will come to her. Then she now felt, for somebody of her status, there's a need for her to have people to work with. Then she now got in touch with the Oba. Then there and then some interested indigenes that were into art then were introduced to her. So that was why they formed what we call a new sacred art movement. With this new sacred art movement, from instruction from her, that's why we have all these structures.
Shaded by a canopy of trees with a flight of stone leading downwards, the inner grove lies within a natural depression, marking the exact spot where the first palace of the founder of Oshogbo was located. The ancient palace with its ornate pillars and elegant designs has remained in its original state for decades, and its sacredness upheld for as long as it stands. A short walk away from the palace will take you to the Oshun River, which on a normal day looks just like any other river except for the utter stillness that pervades the atmosphere around it and the occasional calving in the midst of its waters, otherwise called the Herbs of Oshun, because according to its devotees, this calm flowing river transcends ordinary water. Everything about the Oshun Grove revolves around this river. It's like the life of this place. You take it away, the entire place becomes lifeless. This is where the history of the grove actually started from. And every year, thousands of devotees of the Oshun goddess converge by the bank of this river, where they pray, believing that all of their problems will be solved by the goddess.
If it is just a mere river, why the crowd? If it is just a mere river, why are people taking this water? I'm using this water in context because here we don't have river, we don't have water. Please, we don't have water. Once you are here, you want Agbo, apps. People that needed one thing or the other comes here to seek for assistance from Oshun goddess. Believing, that's what I said, it's your faith. Believing he or she will do it for them. Whatever is being taken here is apps, is Agbo. If you take it with your faith, be you me, you will be healed. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
While the grove is the site of Oshun's most sacred shrine, many Yoruba deities are also depicted here with sculptures that are centuries old and shrines where their devotees worship. Despite the sanctity attached to it, managing the grove is not without its own challenges.
There's no lumber that will come into this site that will not pray will sleep off 72 hours. So that before we wake up, we would have cut down all the trees. We do have butchers, and despite the native laws that we do use to operate, because here you are not supposed to hunt. If you are caught, you'll be taken to the enforcement agency through the authority of Oshogbo. And because of developmental pressure, as the town grows, you are bound to see people wanting to build closer to the site, thereby giving you problem. You have the challenge, but God is helping us through that native law. That native law, don't cut, don't fish. And aside that, the native law, I will tell you authoritatively, because if all of us goes home, we have night security if they are here. If you eventually decide that you want to catch any fish, you will cook it from now till that kingdom come, it will not done. So you will definitely put yourself into trouble.
Once sparkling and clear and home to a variety of fish, today the sacred river is murky and brown. It is now under constant threat from pollution from waste disposal and other human activities. Another fascinating thing about the grove is the standalone suspended bridge right at the heart of the forest and just above the Oshun River, built some 87 years ago. The bridge has no pillar holding it because they say the Oshun goddess forbids it. One of the unique things to see at the grove is this suspension bridge. We understand it was built in 1935, commissioned in 1936, and the reason why the bridge was constructed was to enable people around here move goods now, especially palm products, from one end of the bridge to the other. And up till this day, the bridge is standing. It's one bridge a lot of tourists who come to this area love to see. Despite the gradual fading away of celebrated African culture and tradition, the Oshogbo Sacred Grove is one cultural phenomenon that has not only stood the test of time, but also become a reference point for people from this part of the world. The grove remains more or less pristine, leaving visitors with this sense of peace and a connection to the dwellings of an elevated being and the ancient Yoruba tradition.
Deep inside Ekpe, along the Lagos Lagoon, more than 145 villages are tucked away, far from the bustling city life. Lagos State, a vast expanse of lagoons and creeks with substantial coastal terrain, is both a place of interest and enigma. A beautiful disaster, a seaweed from South America, has taken over the lagoon, stopping life in its tracks. As far as the eye can see, water hyacinths create the sensation of endless green fields peppered with brilliant pink flowers. Women are giving birth depending on nature only, and their children are growing up, waiting for power and education, hoping for the future.
Àmọ́ gbéborùn kò jẹ́ ká jẹun. Àbá síkì kò jẹ́ ká rìn bí jáde. Tá olóyún ó máa ń bímọ sínú ọkọ̀. A lè lọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta ká tó gúnlẹ̀ sí Turkey. Wàhálà yẹn wá pọ̀ jù. A rí bí jẹ àwọn kọ́sítọ́mọ̀ wa tó bá lọ sí ọ̀sà báyìí a máa gbé oúnjẹ lọ fún wọn lọ́hùn ni. A rí bí jáde. Ó dìtẹ́ẹ̀nì wa nílùú. A rí bí lọ síbì kankan. A dẹ̀ rí iṣẹ́ kankan ọ̀sà là ń ṣe. Iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà là ń ṣe. Ṣé ti yẹn sìn? Ọ̀nà mọ́tò yẹn gangan tó wá bá wa ṣe kó dẹ̀ wá bá a la ibi kan apá àkógbèmù kan bá a ṣe títì wa. Bá ti bá a ṣe títì wa, a ní gbádùn.
From Ologbokere to Bodun, Oriba to Ibon. In coastal villages in Ekpe, people urgently need access to healthcare, clean water and sanitation, energy, and the means to ensure their livelihoods.
Omi mímu ó jẹ́ ìṣòro fún wa. Sometimes tá bá máa mu omi àfi ká gbé ọkọ̀ ká cross lọ sí other side láti lọ pọn omi borehole. Kí cross sí other side yẹn máa ń dojú kọ water hyacinth tá bá máa cross. Ìgbà míì ẹnu ọmọ mi lè lọ kó já lò 3 hours ní ìrìn tí ó yẹ kó ju 20 minutes. Tí ilẹ̀ bá ṣú wọn, ẹ̀fọn, mosquito ló máa jẹ wọ́n. Tí ó máa tó wá fa àrùn sí wọn lára. A ò ní hospital tí ìjọba lè fi máa care fún. Ìṣòro ńlá là ń dojúkọ tí àgbàlagbà bá sick, especially tí àwọn obìnrin bá lóyún tán bá máa bímọ. Èmi ọkọ̀ la máa gbé láti bí ká tó dé Ìjìnrìn, èmi àti bímọ sínú ọkọ̀. Èmi ọmọ ẹ̀ á bímọ tán máa bleed. Tó jẹ́ pé èmi faint ká tó lè dé Ìjìnrìn. A dẹ̀ tí ìrọ̀gbọ́n dá sí di wákàtí ìjọba náà láyé ń wojú ẹ̀. Àwọn àgbàlagbà wa tán bá ti dàgbà díẹ̀ tó tútù bá ti mú wọn àti gbé wọn hospital náà wàhálà ni. Èmi tó jẹ́ pé ìrìn hospital tí ò yẹ kó ju 10 minutes or 15 minutes tó jẹ́ pé òbèlè kenú la máa lò ká tó lè gbé wọn dé hospital. Èmi àti dákẹ́ ká tó dọ̀hún.
Iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà ni ọkọ mi ń ṣe. Àdẹ̀ máa ń ẹja yẹn máa lọ ń tà. So àwọn ìgbébùnrin tó bá ti ìgbà bíbá yìí ó máa ń wùkú wa. À ń ráyè jáde. A lè lo 3 days 4 days ní ẹ̀yìn bíbá yìí. A ní ráyè jáde rárá láti jáde lọ ta àwọn ọjà wa kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣàṣọ ìgbébùnrin yẹn. Gbogbo wọn iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí òun la fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bí la fi ń jẹun. So tí gbébùnrin tábà tún wá ti lọ dẹ ohun kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó máa ń ba gbogbo iṣẹ́ àwòrán yẹn ó máa ń bàjẹ́. So máa PCC ẹ̀ òun dẹ̀ la fi ń manage àfi ń jẹun bí. So tábà dẹ̀ ti pé kọ̀ọ̀kan yẹn bàjẹ́ ṣá àbí kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wọlé sí ìfẹ́fọ̀ àti ẹ̀tún máa wá owó láti tún fi lọ fi ra nǹkan ẹ̀mí. So àwọn gbébùnrin yẹn dẹ̀ máa ń disturb tẹ́ kó máa ń ba ohun kan yẹn jẹ́ tó dẹ̀ máa ń PCC ẹ̀.
Mo jẹ́ ọmọ Ìkòròdú. Mo wá sí bíbá láti wá ṣe iṣẹ́ apẹja torí wọ́n máa pẹja ń lu yìí. Torí ẹ̀ mo kọ́ṣẹ́ mechanic. Mo nídìí owó torí pé iṣẹ́ tí mo kọ́ mo fẹ́ ra irinṣẹ́. Mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe freedom. Torí ẹ̀ mo wá sílùú láti wá owó láti wá ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀sà.
Nǹkan tí mo rí ìbáyìí ni pé bí ìbáyìí bó ṣe wà kò sí iná ń bẹ̀.
one. So school tó dé wà níbí báyìí náà kẹ̀wé kò tí sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbẹ̀. Kò sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbí báyìí. School tó wà níbí báyìí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ wọ́n textbook tó máa ń fún wọn ní ìgboro yẹn wọ́n gbé wá sí bí báyìí fún wọn student wọn ní bí báyìí. Kò dé tí wá sí títì, kò tún sí omi, kò tún sí anything bọ́ọ̀ oríṣiríṣi àwọn bọ́ọ̀ tó wà nígboro kò sí ní bí báyìí. So nǹkan tó ń tẹ́ wa ní bí báyìí nìyẹn.
Basic sanitation is absent, since their source of drinking water, the lagoon, also serves as the main conduit for waste disposal.
We need to create a coastal development agency at the level of Lagos State that can look at housing, infrastructure, water supply, health system for these people. We need to make this environment comfortable for these people to live in. Lagos is not just about the central Lagos or metropolitan Lagos. First and foremost, we need a short-term intervention. Government needs to come and reach these people at their health, especially the area of health challenges, water supply, and schooling. Secondly, as a long term, we need to create a coastal development agency at the level of state to address holistically all the problems encountered by these people.
This project is a call to action to support the sustainable development and human rights of these riverine communities.
A man is his money. That is, the extent of a man's money determines the extent of the power he has in his relationship. How true is this statement?
It's very, very true.
Very true, sir.
Very, very true. But I stand to be corrected.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Why don't you think so? This is a modern life. So this is what is happening right now.
Stop saying that.
But you know it's true.
See, the extent of a man's
The extent
money,
of a guy's money determines the extent of his power in his relationship.
Power respects everything.
Power respects everything.
Everything.
out
Depends
there.
on the lady. It depends on the lady, actually. It's
See.
relative. It depends solely on the lady.
Let me tell you something. It actually depends on the lady. That was before, back then. But now this
But
is
it's now.
this is a modern world now. Things has really changed.
I think with the modern world, according to what
Things
I'm
has really
saying,
changed.
is the truth. It depends
Hey,
on the
man.
extent of the
I
man's
don't know how
respect.
modern your world is. It still works.
See, let me
Like,
tell you something.
it's still relative.
Except if that girl,
in rare cases,
except if that
Why
girl,
you say rare
yeah, in
cases?
some cases, except if that girl, the thing is, we cannot turn a blind eye to the fact that most times it's actually like how well he is, because I mean you're able to control a lot of things, but I still think that it depends also on the relationship between those two people, because the thing is, you go to some homes this is about these men that don't have shame by. If you see how they are running these homes, like people that, okay, I'm even going too far, like these are long people. Like if you see them back home, this was that you talk to anyhow, you do driver, I don't tell you see now here they stop. If they go back home, if you see how they act there, that's what I'm telling you that. And again, it depends also on the status of the woman.
Now you're talking.
Depends on the status
That
of the
was what I
woman,
was-
because
that was
the
what I
status
was
of the
about to
women
say now.
those men have
You are-
back home. So again, what is the status of
Don't
the
we have
woman?
ladies that earn more than their husbands and still give them the optimum respect?
How many percent? How many percent?
No, I'm not. See, let's not. Let's say that is what is
there are.
They are very extremely few.
Very,
very.
We
Extremely.
have
You
some
can count
ladies.
the numbers.
You can handpick them.
Yes. Number of ladies who have money more than their husbands and still
give
respect
maximum
them
respect, yeah.
that way. You can count.
I don't know, but
Very, very
and
few.
I'm very sure that we have ladies that still respect their husbands, irrespective
They
of
are
the fact
very,
that they
very
earn more.
few. They are very, very few.
So
we are not saying they
let's
are
not
too.
think
They
like
are.
it's only when you have the money as a guy that the woman is now going to turn you to the Lord of her life. No.
Have you
it's
seen
not.
any guy that has all the money in this world and the woman is treating him like trash?
There would be.
Big question.
You don't see.
Where?
Very rare.
Papa go there now.
Except now old man.
Which one be old
Where
man?
young girl just the turn head.
What
Where
if
they
she- what if she
say
has
if she
more
touch
money
him
than
any
him?
small thing, he don't agree. Apart from that,
What if
young
she has
guy,
more
young
money than
babe,
him?
the guy,
What if she has more money than him?
if the babe has more money than
Yeah.
the guy, then that respect no good day.
That's what they say.
The day the guy won't pass the level, she will put him in his place.
Where is this place?
The respect no good.
Below her.
Come on.
That respect no
All
good
those-
day.
all those kind people
Let's
go-
let's be realistic. Let's be realistic.
All those kind of people
When
go
there's
respect.
love.
All those kind of people go respect for that kind of package, and they are very, very rare. Then secondly, if babe go do that one for you, that means the babe she actually they limited to waiting. She know she's not that exposed. But the kind of ladies we are this particular era, we be say their eye don't see.
This is just the truth.
This
is just the truth.
They don't ever respect you.
They will not respect the guy. And then if you don't want to respect him, why then marry him? I don't understand.
No, they can marry him because they like the guy now. They like him physique. They like say he's soft.
And then I will not respect him.
And then you can
as
decide
time
not
goes
to
on,
respect
you
him.
just
As
change.
time goes on,
Everything
it's just like a babe now that she's used to a very high standard of life now. She go also and boss
Yeah,
club.
she know a lot
go
of
chop
things.
for
She's
transport.
exposed, well exposed.
She dey shop for Dubai. This thing. You can't go marry one guy. Maybe say if salary na maybe 120K. Wasting the money. The guy is not
I'll
broke.
give you guys a scenario.
He's not broke.
I'll give you guys a
but
scenario.
he's not hungry too at the same
Just
time.
dey, just dey.
He won't call the tell the babe say don't go there.
He won't
Don't
come
go
dey call
here.
the babe.
What are you
No, no,
doing?
no,
Stay
no,
there. No, manage this amount. She will rubbish him one day.
I'll
That guy.
I'll give you guys a scenario.
I
See,
don't believe
I
that.
have this. I'll give you guys two scenarios.
Because of the
I
kind
have-
of lady he
I have
married.
this friend.
Yeah, because of the kind of lady that he married.
Wait
Because
now.
there's no explanation to
You
that.
see this thing these guys are saying is true.
Even if he's not having that kind of money, maybe she's even down. If she wants to be like that all around, she can still be.
She won't.
Nah, lie.
But she will.
Wait, make I explain
Let
something
Emmanuel
to you.
talk.
Let's hear Emmanuel.
I have this friend. Probably any day she gets to watch the show, she'll know the one I'm talking about. But to a large extent, she get the kind of money we fit take care of her. But for her head, she dey feel say she get the whole money for this world. You know, because maybe she could travel abroad, she could afford to buy a car, afford to say she wants to go and have lunch in Transcorp, all of these kind of things. And then when she's talking to guys, you see that disrespect.
Bossy.
That she, like my ex, before all my ex, they enjoy me. Anyone that loses me is his loss. This one, I gave this one money, he misbehaved. So men are this. You see that element of pride in her.
Yeah, but how
But that's a
Because of the
personality
thing.
problem.
Even with guys that
But
still
that's
have
a-
money,
that's
she's
a
still
pers-
doing
that's a
it.
personality
Yeah,
problem.
that's what I'm
That means
telling
it's not a
you.
gender
Most
problem.
later,
It has nothing
most
to do with
ladies,
feminism. It's not a
not
gender
true.
problem.
It is.
It has
Most
nothing to do
ladies,
with
we
feminism,
only
please.
respect the guy
When he has
based
money.
on the kind of money he has.
Uh-uh.
I'm
Yeah,
telling
Let me
you.
say something.
Based on the kind of money he
Let
has,
me
you
say something.
control,
On this matter,
you control
I don't think
basically
Emmanuel,
everything.
Emmanuel, can I say something? Okay.
I don't see a poor man
See,
that babe
the
respect.
thing is, the
You no
thing
go
is,
see
the
now.
thing is that we have to,
Which one is
we have to
poor
also
man?
be
Man that can take care of himself. Which one is poor man?
Comfort. Thing is, we also have to sort of like create a balance, be in touch with reality. A lot of times, personally, I've also encountered some women who have money or affluence in wealth, and then they are so proud and rude and all of that. But like that thing got me thinking at some point, because I'm like, okay, I'm somebody that I like to advocate for women's rights and all of that. So I started thinking, I was like, okay, because I've had a personal encounter. And I started thinking, what's arousing this sort of, I don't know, rage?
Arrogance. Okay.
That's how you see that sometimes women have money and they still need some sort of validation from the men they feel they do not need validation from. So I was like, okay, I think some of these things that affect the personality of some women, because it's not all women,
Not all women,
is
definitely.
the fact that, ordinarily, how patriarchal society can be. If you as a woman now, it's sort of like you're breaking the norm. You now acquire one kind of wealth and all.
Yeah.
It now feels like, okay, is this what's making these men feel like men? Do you understand? That's what might be. That's where her anger might be coming from and all. Because it's something that's affected her personality now. Because you're saying that even the rich ones that she dates, she still speaks to them very rudely and all of that. So that's what has affected their... It's just like a woman that occupies a top executive position. Okay. I don't know why, but sometimes she sort of loses it.
Yeah.
Do you get?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's almost like, okay, these men under her, they're going to feel her oppression.
True.
It's like, okay, you say I couldn't get there, I'm there. She constantly has to do stuff to show you that, okay, don't take it that because I'm a woman and in this position you're going to talk to me anyhow. I'm still going to show you that, okay, I earned this and all of that. So to me, it might be just arising from a place of rage. But I still feel deeply that there are women that no matter how much they have, they'll still show you maximum respect.
Nah, very few. Very, very few.
Stop saying but they're not very few.
They're not so few.
Very, very
few. There are women like that too.
Seriously, they are not as few as you are.
Have you not encountered any?
You've not seen any lady that is meek to
for example,
a
lady that is a breadwinner of the family, for example, still respecting the husband.
Very well.
Babe, she go change one day.
To the core, 100%.
What will make her change? What is that?
Except if your attitude, maybe
you're doing what I'm saying. The guy go do something
when things are not changing
where
for the guy yet.
change them for him.
Yes. When things are not changing yet for the guy.
No, that cannot be an excuse.
I'm telling you.
That the guy is not changing
yet for the guy. Like the guy, she has waited 1 year, 2 years.
No improvement.
No, not that.
She's going to lose it.
It's a
I'm
lie.
telling you.
She will lose it.
Even if you are the one, you will lose it.
Excuse me, before she will wait now, before she will lose it, there must be something that guy has. Not
come off it.
Nothing. The guy did not do anything.
For instance, wait.
Maybe he did something.
No.
I'm paying your bills, for instance. You're my husband. I'm paying your bills. I put a car on your ass.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Fund your ego and everything. And then you have the effrontery. You have the audacity to cheat on me with my property. Are you okay?
See,
that's what you are pushed out to
cheating,
it.
you will change.
No,
you're going to change.
Not changing.
Because there will be a projection in your mind.
Wait now, if she comes back, if she comes back and there's still this love flow between you two, she's not going to have an issue with you. But when she feels that she's losing you, she can become enraged. You cannot tell me that because things did not change.
You see this one you're saying is one part, but it's another part of nothing. The guy did not cheat. Nothing.
He did not cheat.
The guy is still loyal.
Or is he lazy?
But the problem is that
he lazy?
Probably, maybe.
There's laziness.
Wait.
She can get mad at him.
There's laziness. There's issue.
If there's laziness, there's issue.
And to me, there's laziness on the part of the guy and on the girl.
You have the qualification. Go and apply. And you say no.
It's not that. That's what
you say no. You have to go down there.
I've seen this kind of thing.
Without laziness, there will be issue because normally money is power. Take it or you leave it.
And absolute power does what?
Now she get this money, fine. She they pay the bills. Take it or you leave it. She go get the projection for her mind. Okay, fine. I want to enjoy this thing for like 5-7 years.
Yeah.
Let's see what's happening. The guy they struggle for
this
that 5-7 years, but
nothing still they come.
If she sees
she
you
gonna lose
she will not get mad at you.
Babe, don't say what you don't know.
She will not get mad at you.
I've seen it.
I'm even like trying to make.
Yes, I have seen it.
Why would I be mad at you?
Because the thing has not come
to someone that
she's already tired. She's already tired. She wants to come and feel that part as a man.
Stupid. She's not that. You are trying.
You don't want to
agree. You are putting
now.
effort. I will not be mad at you for what?
It's not like
but when
that.
I say, babe, this thing is happening here, and you cannot even lift a finger.
And men, when they're not getting money, they have insecurities.
Yes,
because they are men. They become sort of annoying. They have insecurities too because there's this thing at the back of their mind that, okay, she's bringing the money, so she wants me to act this way, she wants me to act that way.
It's the truth. Most times when the ladies are bringing the money, they want the guys to act a certain way.
It's actually the truth. So it takes a very, very disciplined guy to not show it's the wife or whatever. Do you understand? So if the guy is not disciplined enough, he might probably show exactly. But if he's a disciplined person, fine, I'll be dying inside, but trust me.
Why would you be dying inside?
No, because no man. A man is a man.
That man is a man.
I'm telling you now.
It's not now.
You always feel like let me explain to you. Because of the man, you're not a man. Let me explain something.
Okay, I'm not a man. Tell me. But
that man. This is this. Let me explain something.
You said the concept of a man.
No, it's because she doesn't understand why a guy will want to be angry. Because he feels, see, I'm the head of this home.
Okay.
The responsibility is solely
should be on my shoulder.
For me, since I'm not
Why should
doing
the
this thing, I am not.
responsibility be solely?
I'm telling you how a man is.
Okay, wait,
Now, listen.
let's hear Brother Man.
Brother
Brother Man is still talking. Brother Man, let's hear him.
Because he feels like this thing, I should shoulder this responsibility.
Okay.
Then if he wants to help, fine. If he's not able to fill in that position, he feels like less of a man. That's what's happening to him.
But that's wrong. That's already wrong.
That is you. Man. That's what the society, everything has conditioned the man.
Because if I cannot pay the bills now, it doesn't mean I will never pay the bills. It's just for a time being. And if I'm not lazy, why?
It's just like a guy growing up and a girl growing up. You're growing up with your sister. See, you're growing up with your sister. A guy cries. A guy cries. The mom or the dad, you're a boy. My friend, shut up. You're not supposed to cry. It's what happens to all the men. I'm telling you. It's what has shaped us. Good. It's now that the new age mom are beginning to learn this. Before our time, they didn't tell us. They didn't allow us to cry. They didn't allow us to cry. They allow you cry. They don't allow you cry now. They will tell you, say you're supposed to do this thing. You're supposed to protect your sister. You're supposed to do this one. You're supposed a lot of things shaping.
Let me ask. Comfort. Let me ask you one question.
Face me. Ask me a question.
And Joan, so I'm asking two of you this
question.
Would any babe of today, see a guy that is struggling and say, yes, this is the guy I want to marry?
Yes. Why not? Yes. Plenty yes.
The guy no get money.
Yes. Plenty yes.
Also, maybe he dey scot with person self. You never get your own place.
Would you, Joan?
And of all the other options where you see guy where they drive Benz, you see the one where they drive
Bentley.
You can't say
yes.
You can't see you even see one where even carry you.
How would you do it?
Yes. You can't see the one where they village. You now say yes.
Don't say village. We can be here together.
Realistic.
Joanne, yes, I'm trying
to be realistic.
Okay, can I talk?
Be realistic.
Wait, contribute then I'll answer.
Talk now. Now in two ways, in two parts. That's number one. If you want to go for that particular guy, that means you've seen it all. Like your parents get money, you don't see everything. But trust me, if you're a broke ass person too, if you're broke, you go.
Can I say something?
Please,
can I say something? Let me answer. No, I don't want to just disprove what they have said, because I mean they made valid points. But the thing is, first off, even if the guy is, like you said, he's struggling. See me, I'm not going to like go straight on with what you've said. But if the guy is working hard, there's something there. Plus, don't add village. There's nothing I can't even find love there. First of all, the thing is,
when I say village, I mean all these towns.
Okay, like
Kuchingoro, Masaka,
Maraba.
This working hard you're saying. Even babes know they use them again. We are in a modern life. In fact, babes want guy will just walk.
No, I don't know. You guys, that's what I'm not that babe.
Goree has said this before. I'm not that girls that you guys have been meeting.
I'm not that babe. See, I'm not saying I'm going to meet a broadcast, a completely broadcast person. When you're working hard, like you have something you are doing, guy.
You open my and say, as your host no one hear the pain, say put on for Yahoo. Now Yahoo will pay you quick.
I'm not that girl.
Was she serious?
I'm not that girl.
I'm telling you, serious.
I'm not that girl.
She knows my hustle.
I'm not that girl.
No, even aside from that, Emmanuel, the kind era we are now, even your parents, our so-called parents will be telling us, why you no go do Yahoo?
You won't follow him.
I'm not that girl.
You know why I say you wait. You know why I say you won't follow him?
If I love him.
You know why I say John too will not follow him?
It can be tempting that
there's very simple reason.
I don't want to.
You can't see the future.
What future?
Yes.
You don't know what the future holds for that.
What? Okay, what? Do I know the
future?
I don't know my future.
Wait,
calm down.
Joanne, do I know the future of the Bentley guy?
Look at it this way.
What if he becomes broke tomorrow?
Look at it this way.
Please don't even.
You are seeing someone. The guy is hustling. He's struggling.
He wants to make headway.
He can barely
feed himself
or make himself survive. You can't say you won't stay with him. You can't leave the one where we say get good job or get good business. He's doing fine.
Please, sorry.
You now say you will not go for that one.
Wait.
See, first things first. This guy that is struggling, you don't know when he's going to make it.
I think we need to put this. I think we need to contextualize this struggling. Wait, hold on. This was struggling because I need to wait. I will need my point to be very clear so that those watching will understand what I said. I will not. Wait, no.
His salary is 30,000 naira.
No, I cannot. I can't marry. No.
You
It
can't
doesn't
marry.
say wait.
But he has a future. He's working
What
hard.
is
But he has a
30K?
future.
No.
He's working
I
hard.
can't even marry myself if I'm collecting 30K.
Can you imagine?
I can't collect 30K. Wait, wait. Calm down. No, what I'm saying is that first of all, you people should not make this thing look so like we're going for one wretched person. Wait, calm down. You people should calm down. As I said, I need my point to be gotten very clear. At least a month.
It's just not
at least a month. 300, 350.
This guy is a mad person.
See,
madam. Take that back.
I'm sorry. I take it back. But
we
have married. In which Nigeria? Excuse me.
So what school do my children go to?
We have
300 what?
300. What are you saying? You have married couples.
Are you in this Nigeria? Are you receiving 300,000?
Are you receiving 170,000 as salary?
Are you receiving 300,000?
Surviving.
No, I'm a lady.
I'm surviving.
So
now you're saying
okay. So the guy is mad.
No, we need to get things clear. I don't know. We need to get it. So okay, I said 300, 350. Can you settle with 50K?
Yeah, salary.
You can't foot our bills now.
Can you pay rent?
So why he has future now? Is that what?
But he has future now. Why are we arguing?
Why you guys are like this?
That's your bullet point.
Wait, what bullet point? See, stop painting the worst of pictures. Stop
I
painting
don't know that. 350 is even hardship in this time.
So the 50,000 person who will marry him now?
Now you the marry you. Who are you leaving the guy for?
The 50,000 person who is
marrying him? Because I also be earning. So you have my money and his money.
First class graduate, 50K.
He's collecting the line. It's a lie. We are collecting 50K.
Who is paying him 50K?
You guys know in Abuja.
What kind of job? I'm in Abuja and I'm doing jobs.
Joan, calm down. You know, all these guys where they work for bank, when they counter, how much did they pay them?
90,000.
Which bank?
How can
Don't
they
talk
pay
the
them
name of the
100?
bank. No worry.
Wait.
All those guys when they work for
90K.
counter, the highest.
What are you saying?
Highest.
Are you sure you're
70K.
Highest 70,000.
Their salary.
It's like the
all
one
those
that
guys
has
where
money.
they
You
want
papa get
to
money
where they
back.
collect your money. Highest now 70K.
Joanne.
Jesus.
It's like I'm so
For 30
days,
you don't know what's
for 30
happening.
days make a pay.
So now from now on you should begin to now respect
Those where they
guys
work
when
for
you see
insurance
how
company,
a
how
guy
much
is
did they pay
struggling.
them?
I'm not struggling.
Some of them they earn on commission.
So babe, you didn't know
They
that
don't bring any clients. They don't
I have
collect
seen a
anything.
second class
For the
graduate,
month.
like second class upper, 50K.
But you know,
I'm
as a
taking
man,
you to I'm taking you through all the sectors now.
Wait, Sheyi, wait.
Marriage.
I don't see lawyer where they work for law firm, where they pay them 45K salary.
Sheyi, wait. But as a man, you should not have one stream of income. If they are
As a human being, don't say as a man.
No, wait now.
Disagree.
Wait, as a man that he's saying that I should go and meet him now for 20,000. How much did you call the salary? 50K. You should not even have one stream of income.
If now one stream of income I can't know, if I don't know all that,
I like this
part. I go do.
I bet after she finish, I like this part. If you come, if you finish,
No, you should not have
tell you
one stream of
something.
income.
I will tell you something.
Oh yeah, talk. Say it.
You don't have one stream of income,
Yes,
right?
now.
Do you know that it is not everybody? Listen to me. It's not everybody. You need to understand this. It is not everybody. Wait now. It is not everybody. Listen to me. It's not everybody that is wired to do business.
It's not
Actually,
not
as some people, the nature of the job might not even have
What's
that
other
stream
stream
of
of
income.
income?
Let's be realistic.
What other stream of income?
So I should be
You know how Nigerian jobs are? They're not like abroad, like hourly.
That's
like you can do work in the night.
Shay, what other stream of income apart
It's actually
from
not
business?
easy.
No, Nigeria.
Which other stream of
I
income?
think Nigeria. Which other stream?
I think I can get what you're saying.
Apart from business.
Okay. Not business now.
Which one?
Like
Which one?
I know what she's encouraging.
That's business now.
That's a different line of job. That's a different line of
No.
job.
I can be in an office and you have a job due for me. I can't do it. It's not side hustle.
Like what?
Comfort, are they common in this country? Remote jobs, are they common?
This is
Come on.
Nigeria.
Aside that your office job, what else can you
Why
do?
are you hinging it that the man should have different? I don't agree.
No, I'm not saying.
No, wait. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying?
Sheyi said
It's not easy.
Sheyi
Let's
said
be
my guy will be
realistic.
earning 50,000 naira.
Yes.
Wait, and I'm saying that as a human being, as a thinking human being, you should not have one stream of income.
Comfort, how many streams of income do you have as a person? Wait, calm down. Let's be realistic.
Yes.
It's not easy.
You don't want me to shock
It
you.
is not easy. If you have, please share.
I'm not sharing with you. I'm just telling you that you don't.
So if you say, okay,
that
so
as
your guy now,
I have 1 naira. As a human being, as a thinking human being, I should be able to think of how can my 1 naira become 2 naira.
How do you do it?
How do you do it?
Oh yeah, in Nigeria, how do you do it? People that already even have the stream. It's not working for them.
She took the year all these motivational speakers now.
Ask her
I have more than 10 streams of income.
Okay, so what happened? They are finished.
He get logistics. He get penetrate. Ask him how
Wait, you don't break my hand, guy. Wait, come, let your blood pressure.
You should listen to motivational speakers.
Motivational speakers.
You are the best. You can do it. You can do it.
Even you have 10 streams.
Even we get plenty.
Business established. It's not easy.
Even if you have
it's not easy, but you would
some jobs. Sometimes your first stream of income might not allow.
Everyone is busy. Not everybody does business.
As in your normal job might not. I remember that you can't just start a business. You know the mistake people make. I have a normal stream of income, then I have a side business. Business is big deal.
Business,
you have to put in everything.
Everything.
You don't leave your job to go and face.
So if you have a 9 to 5 job, please, I want to know where you order, where the order this is coming.
So if more imagine say your guy now no fit do pass that 50K job.
Yeah,
you don't get that business sense now.
Remember, guys are different.
Give me 50K, me help and multiply.
How you want the help and multiply?
MMM.
So as he can't get only that 50K now, make we assume say you they make 250K, your guy they make 50K on a day house.
We are fine.
No, wait, calm down.
Okay,
you are fine.
Yes.
We used to accord him the same respect.
Yes.
I will respect. I will call him
as long as you respect him.
Wait, excuse me. Let me ask you a question. For how long? For how long?
For how long?
For how long will you be comfortable being the one sustaining that house?
For as long as we can start our joint family conglomerate.
Nah lie.
Yes.
Nah lie.
Nah
lie.
Thank you.
Come off it.
Come off it. Stop that.
Somebody wey want person wey he say 350,000. And the
you can't say you respect person with it.
Sorry, I don't know what 50K
let me analyze something for you. Fine. We are actually married. Let me ask both of them. We are married. I'm receiving 50K. No, anybody could answer.
Okay, so what do you want?
We are married. I'm receiving 50K as salary.
And my own is 250.
No, even if
you married when you are receiving 50K.
It's possible now.
Why are you rushing?
It's possible.
Calm down now.
Where are you going? I don't understand.
So we will start family with 50K. How much is it to give birth to hospital?
Do you know why we start family?
You say you have love now.
Wait. Let me answer.
She is joking. Can't be 50K.
Joanne, let me answer you now. Joanne, let me answer you. Joanne, do you know why you're going to marry me for that 50K?
Collecting 50,000 every month.
You don't shoot yourself for like. You know why you got.
Why I go marry?
You know why you go marry because of say I did hard work. You don't project say in 5 years.
You don't talk already now. Say you did hard work.
You don't project and say in 5 years this guy is going to be
I'm not wired down.
No. You know what? Can you imagine?
But you talk say you
don't say
he's hard working.
Exactly. I'm hardworking. I'm showing you.
But he's hardworking.
I'm hardworking.
Let me remind you again. This is Nigeria. Okay, you are Aryan.
Stop saying this. Okabola. We are busy.
Oh yeah, now. But at the time, remind me. Let's say we dey Canada. Now Nigeria we dey.
Canada or UK.
To me, when you want to get married, there's a lot of things that you have to put in perspective.
Financial freedom.
This is what people wait. Calm down. I'm not saying that.
Finance determines the marriage.
No,
the guy should die.
I'm not saying that.
Does finance determine the marriage?
Do you know that as a man, for your own sake?
It's Sunday school. You were told that. It's Sunday school. We were taught that for you to say that you want to get married, you have to be mature in some areas, and one of them is finances.
Okay.
Now still the same thing to tell you say you don't need money to marry.
You cannot be.
I don't hear finances. As much as they tell you.
Now when you have someone who it is this person that is providing 90% of the finances, to you, who holds the power in that relationship?
Come on, why are you saying
it's just a question now.
It's
shared 50-50.
Yes.
See, for the main time. Sorry, the honest truth is that for the main time. The honest truth is that for the main time. For the main time. Now you will get the highest. But later, if you can't help it again, go begin the misbehave now. What are you telling me?
See, women are not wired to be breadwinners. Take it or leave it.
Yes,
women are not wired to be providers. By the time she will survive the first year, she no go complain.
Yes.
The second year, she feel even survive.
From that third year, don't start.
Now she go talk say you are eating too much. Now every time too meat. I'm telling you. Take it easy now.
No.
This one is not easy.
This one is not meat. Everybody has to
cut down.
Do you understand? Everybody has to adjust.
Even me, like everybody has to cut down. Stop it.
We are tight on finances. We're tight on finances. You can't be living a lavish life.
How are you tight on finances? You are making the money.
No.
But like it's one.
Joanne, you can see
you are making the money now.
You can see it is too big, but the size will be different.
So you now got
Let me tell you something. Why you know why you
see, you don't listen.
No, now them they shoot themselves.
Joanne, let me tell you something.
I won't say I won't love him less because he doesn't have money.
Why would I love you less because you don't have money?
Let me tell you why you change.
When I genuinely
and I will not love you more because you have money.
Yes.
I won't love you more.
But you respect him more.
I will deny Canada.
I will not disrespect
I'm not even
you
talking of love.
money.
You will respect him more if you
I will
have
respect
money.
both of them in my head.
Do you know what? Man, you put the notion that when you have more money, they respect you more. Do you know it's a fantasy? That if you have more money, they respect you. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's that money. It's that money that is making you feel. It's in your mind.
It's a mind. It's a
your mind is playing with you.
Motivation at all.
It's in your mind.
There is a reason why. Joanne, let me tell you something.
You think when you have money, respect you more. Like girls like you more. It's in your mind.
I have money. You will like me more.
Your money is playing my games with you,
If
bro.
I have money now, I like you. I give you $1 million now. You will fucking date me right now.
Yeah,
that's a lie.
And you will do anything.
And you do anything I tell you to do. What are you telling me?
Your mind is playing with you.
Don't get it.
Money is playing mind games with you.
There's a reason why when you go to clubs and you buy Red Bull, they are still playing normal whiskey. And when you buy rosé, they switch to Tonine. Why? It's the money that has the power to change, to motivate the DJ to change their music. There is a reason why when a senator or a big business mogul goes to church and they say, "Sir, come and sit in front."
Yes, sir.
And you are coming with your Passat or Toyota Corolla, and they say, "Please stay here." Why? It is the money that determines.
Even money is
There is a reason why. See,
money is the motivation.
Don't get that finished.
That is it.
You see money.
I'm telling you.
Whoever has the money has the power.
Calls
the shot. Simple. That is why it is advisable that they say that it is the man that should hold the money. In marriage. Even in marriage.
Not in marriage.
In marriage.
You are given instances
in
of
marriage.
churches, of clubs, but not in marriage.
In marriage.
No.
In a real life,
it's
sorry,
not correct.
excuse me, in a real life, when it comes to you getting married to a broke person.
Emmanuel, I don't know, I hear the voice in my head.
What? In a real life, we have business plan, and also we have marriage plans too. Marriage plans, they be like still a business.
Not like business plan.
You don't project and say, 5 years, let me endure for this guy.
He's going to make trillions.
Come on now.
That 5 years
What kind of
rich,
projections?
you make money. This time I'm making the appreciate, even the project. And you say you respect that.
But you say you respect him. How now?
Even the way we are going to be sleeping, what you call to me?
Any small thing you say good. Okay, I've been working since morning. I'm tired.
I'm telling you.
Did you just say that? Do you mean it?
Yes. Does it look like?
I'm not that kind of man anyway.
No, I'm not either.
Are you saying that women do not mind being the breadwinners of
they
the family
do not
for life?
mind? Yes,
For life.
Women have been doing it
for life forever.
Women out there and at this point, shout out to those women.
All true till death.
Women have been doing it. They are still doing it.
Which women?
Shout out to them. They're out there. I see you. I see you.
I see them.
I see you.
I don't hear you, Baba. Excuse me. Let me tell you the confusion of those women. Most of those women, now them they turn baby mama last because they feel say the guy no fear endure. Then we just pull out.
They will not leave the guy as liability.
They
don't pull out. They will know their own. Yes.
Most of them they are not baby mama.
No be
Why are you telling me?
Please, it's okay.
Baby mamas,
Just saying that. That
I don't
ideology
agree.
should be
Yes.
adjusted.
Yes.
This ideology.
This ideology of
It
only
is
when you have
personality.
money.
It's kind of.
By Nigeria, by the constitution of
It
It is the reality.
government.
You cannot adjust
about
it.
reality. What should be adjusted?
reality.
Who is adjusting it? Because you're saying should be
You
adjusted by
guys should
the
adjust
real
it.
reality.
That's why
It is the reality.
the real one.
See, let's face reality.
That's what it be.
So when
You
I
cannot
respect
change
you
it.
more,
Yes.
then I respect you now.
Yes,
Shey.
very true.
Oh, ban the billion.
There is no way.
What's my
There is no
fault?
sector
It's
of this life that you will
When it
call.
comes to
Let me give her- let me
That money does not control.
May I even give her instance?
That's why I even gave you the example of church. That even in our churches,
you go fast.
they respect money,
I'm
pass
talking
Holy
about
Spirit.
men.
Sorry,
wait.
they respect money, pass person with the spirit feel.
Even that marriage person, you they think far. As in, as babes, as they did. If you invite your clique of friends come your wedding, trust me, you go select them. The ones who you get money pass. If it stand up, come begin, you go hail her pass all the ones who say they
Definitely no.
Take it true or false.
Definitely.
Who is hailing who?
Definitely.
Oh Jesus.
False now. Value. What happens to our value system? I don't understand.
What value are you talking
What
about?
happens to our value
Are you
system?
saying that
You
the
have
value system has
money.
been monetized?
Value, yes.
And you don't have value.
Can we make a valid argument here and say the value system has been monetized?
Yes, perfectly well.
Money is
That's
a motivational
wrong.
speaker.
He's a
Stop
motivational
saying this
speaker.
thing.
This
Stop
thing he's
saying
saying
this.
is the
Stop
truth.
saying
Why are you
this.
calling
What
me
he's saying is the
If
truth.
you
He's a
have
motivational
money more
speaker.
than your guy,
He's a
I am
motivational
90% sure you will not respect him
Very
like
true.
you should if he
What
has
you're
money
saying
more
is
than
true.
you.
It's a lie.
It's very true.
I will still
I'm telling you.
respect him.
Shey, this
the
thing you're
way
I'm not
he
saying you will
respected.
respect him.
The way I respect him when he has 10 billion.
Then,
lie.
wait, calm down.
lie.
Wait, make I ask one more question.
What's
You
the
have money
question?
more than your guy. Two of them can't get conflict. He can't slap you.
He can't slap me.
He not slap you. What will you do?
When I
No,
when
wait,
I
do
even
not,
has
chill.
money and he slaps
Wait,
me,
wait,
he's in job already.
Wait,
Which is
calm
money I
down.
will
No,
slap.
answer. No, wait, you answer what I talk. Now you get money past this guy. Now you
can't
get.
slap
Now
me.
you
Now can't
build
get
the
issue,
house where
can't
they
slap
live in.
you.
Now you give him car. Now you they give him
I
allowance.
can't collect car
Una
for house.
can't get
I
issue.
won't for house. I
He
won't
can't
do
slap you.
I
What
won't
you
do
go
that.
do?
I will just be quiet.
When they get money,
Are you okay? Wait, I'll be quiet.
Remember, you almost said even if he has money more than me, what
Yes,
will
wait.
you do?
I need to understand this.
Wait.
You said it will slap me.
You be quiet.
Listen,
wait,
no,
wait,
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 you
wait,
first.
wait,
We're going to ask her after.
What will you do?
What will I do? I'm telling you now.
Yeah.
First of all, I will be shocked. I will look at him.
You'll be shocked.
If you slapped me.
Like say,
wait.
you came in late. Think they asked you say, where are you coming from? You now said, I went to work and I went to do business. At this time, he lied.
I said, babe, you slapped me. Don't forget that.
So you now say, babe, you slapped me. Now you they bring money.
Wait.
Babe, you slapped me.
Wait.
Oh yeah, talk.
And now, maybe I'm waiting for him to say sorry. It was a mistake.
He will now say, if you say that, babe, you slapped me, I will slap you again.
What
would you do?
Are you going to call him baby again?
No, baby.
Okay.
Maybe I finished.
Okay, baby, I finished.
So what will you do?
I will jump on him.
You jump on him.
We'll do street fighting.
Okay, you
Comfort,
fight.
comfort.
I'm sure you will not only fight him. The next day,
I won't chase
you
him
will
out.
call police to go and lock him up.
I won't
They
chase
will
him.
teach him a lesson there before
I
they
won't
bring
chase
him
him
out.
out of the
Now
house.
that is the first scenario. Now imagine now him get all the money. Now him they sustain you. Now him they feed you, they clothe you, they take care of
they
your
feed my
family.
family.
They do everything.
He can't slap
you.
Now
I'm
he
a
can't come. You can't come late. Where you come? The same thing. He slap you. Why? What you go do?
Would you jump at
Baby,
him?
please.
Will you
I'm
jump
sorry,
at him?
I didn't do
I
it
still
purpose.
jump.
I
I
didn't do
don't
it
burn you well,
purpose.
Joe.
Why would you slap me? Are you not my husband?
Confess your own face. You're not talking
You
that.
will not jump.
Let's
What
ask
like
Joanna.
If it's
Let's
the one
come
provided for
Joanna.
you.
Let's ask Joanna.
If it's you, those two scenarios, what will you do?
Please tell us.
First scenario, you're the one that have
You will
money.
not beat me. You will not beat me. and go
Let's
to
ask. Let's Joanna.
You will not beat me. and go to- Even if you have the money.
Yes,
First
just
thing,
tell
what
us
will
now.
you
Just
do?
answer
I'm
this
still
first.
saying what I'm
That's
saying.
what.
How I will react if you have money is how I react if you don't
Wait
have
now, but just answer our question
God,
first.
there's
First
glory,
scenario.
that's
Let me
all.
ask
scenario.
you.
What
All
you
those
go
ones
do?
too even
Say
fast.
slap you.
Just simple questions.
Ask again. Let's
Like,
hear.
You
Question
and your
here.
husband. Fine. Now you they do all pass for the house. Like fine. You and your husband now. You never even see 1 million naira before. But at least you guys are just managing. So maybe somebody just can't dash you 100 million naira. So the
100
money
million.
hit your account this night. See, trust me. Even this night, you go misbehave to your
I'm
husband
not.
for house.
How?
It's
Who is
a lie.
moved by that thing?
I don't know who has been acting.
Oh yeah, there's no problem. Oh yeah, answer
It's
the
a
question
lie.
that she asked. The two scenarios.
This
She
is
said she
it.
react the same way now.
No,
I
now
will be
I
mad.
didn't answer.
What are
You'll
you
be mad.
saying?
Whether you have the
you
money
jump
or
at
not.
him, right?
I will
Yes.
jump at
If
you.
you are the one that have the money, okay, now
If
he's
you-
the one that
he's
has
the
the
one
money.
that has the money.
I will still
Same.
You knowing fully well that he can decide and say, get out of my house this night.
I will get
You
out.
with
Same.
my pride.
Why
With
would
my
you-
pride, with my head,
which
my
pride?
head
Would you hit me
held
because
up
you have
high.
the
Which
money?
which foolish
I might
head.
pity you.
Which
Get
pride?
out.
Nobody. Nobody said you.
Okay,
If
so
you
when
say
you have
get out-
money, it's licensed to misbehave.
misbehave. I don't
No, it's
understand.
not
Because you
licensed
have
to
money.
misbehave now. Try to get
No, for you
it.
to hit me, I mean, it's licensed to misbehave.
No.
Doesn't make
Whether you
any
have the
sense,
money or you
though.
don't have the money, you hit me, you are in trouble. Take it or you leave it.
Are you going to call him baby or not?
Baby.
Leave am.
With slap. The first one is baby.
Maybe say your husband na major general. You can't say you hit me, you're in trouble. Major general. So you hit me, you're in trouble.
You're not even allowed to hit their wife
He's
anyhow.
not allowed to
No,
beat
wait
his
first.
wife.
No, okay.
He's not allowed to
If
beat
he
his
can't
wife.
beat you,
If he beats me, he has lost his job.
How?
What the fuck? Marco.
Yeah. And he lost his job, then hunger kills him.
Two of us now. Are we not in it together?
Since you cannot behave, you cannot discipline yourself. You allow money to allow you misbehave.
I'm telling you, guys are not being realistic.
You allow money to allow you misbehave.
So don't stop saying
because money is licensed.
The fact that you have money does not make you treat me like trash. It's not
money is licensed to act.
I'm not treating you like trash.
Why would you slap me? Slap me for what?
Why?
Why?
You misbehave and I sample you.
You sample me. Oluola yeah.
What are you now saying? When I have money, I'm paying your bills. All your siblings and they send them books to your parents. I pay them on salary. You say you want to jump at me?
What are
You
you
want to
saying?
jump at you?
Come off it, baby.
I will jump at you.
Now your parents go say my friend.
Even your parents will follow you and come and kneel down.
They'll come beg.
Wait,
What kind of parents you are now? I'm telling you.
Yes.
What kind of parents you are
Yes.
now? They will follow you and come and kneel down and beg.
For my
Our in-law beg, no beg. Don't mind this stupid child. We didn't.
But you know what they are saying? What you guys are saying now, you have just proven to us that money has replaced values in this country. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, if that is what you want to believe it.
Yes. Money is a motivational speaker.
Exactly.
Money is not a motivational
Fine answer. Fine answer.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall. And they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Goree Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Goree Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very
very emotional, but he knows very, 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 in a high level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries. And also, he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Train from Warri to Itakpe derails. Amongst many other bad news in the last 1 week, I keep on praying may Nigeria never happen to me, because I cannot imagine being a passenger on a derailed train. We thank God for all 148 passengers who were unhurt, but the anxiety, trauma and fear of being attacked in the middle of nowhere, that's just too much of a risk. We just lost passengers last year on the Abuja-Kaduna route, and passengers kidnapped in the Edo train station. So much insecurity and confusion on this our refurbished infrastructure. What are other countries doing that we refuse to emulate? But as is our norm here, we will pray. The government will make excuses, blame everyone else except themselves. The matter will become politicized with supporters of the political party in power telling us it happens everywhere else in the world, or opponents will say it is incompetence of government agencies to reduce these happenstances to the barest minimum. I've spoken about these refurbished locomotive trains and the billions in borrowed money we used for them many times in the past. May China not happen to Nigeria, and how safety measures weren't built into the system from the beginning. You want to install old refurbished trains, yet you wanted a security budget for them approved differently. How? Why? And Minister of Transportation shrugged during the terror attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train last year, like the abductions could have been prevented if only they'd been allowed to spend extra on securing the tracks. Shouldn't that have been a part of the entire project from scratch? A few people suspected sabotage, suggesting people stole parts of the rail tracks. Hence their suggestions that the tracks be electric tracks. Some others were thankful that the tracks weren't electric, which may have electrocuted passengers. I ask, why does everything Nigerian have to be complicated? We're not the only multi-ethnic or multiracial country in the world. Where is the Nigerian dream? Some people are already suggesting that if a new party gets into government, the old establishments will frustrate them. Meaning, like Chibok abductions were used to bring down the Jonathan government, some people may actually sabotage government policies and initiatives just to say, I told you so. This your new president doesn't have the capacity to lead effectively. I shudder. Does that mean Nigeria, as constituted, may never succeed? Several analysts have predicted this, that the current constitution, even though amended, cannot bring development, as different segments of the country want different things. Will restructuring help? So each state can develop at its own pace. Wouldn't that mean many Nigerians will migrate to the states doing well, overburdening such states? Pretty much close to what we see now, with many migrating to the big cities from our rural areas to get a better life. Will Nigeria ever succeed? I know she will. We must agree, and we have to start with a government that will lead the conversation. Don't sell your votes. Every single vote counts. If some people want to be led by religious tenets, let them agree. If others want to be led by justice, equity, and fairness, we shouldn't impose religion on them. Have you collected your PVC? This is the last week to do so. Please check the INEC portal now to be sure that you're not a ghost voter and educate yourself and people around you on how to cast valid votes. What's with our senators voting against the use of biometric machines 1 month to elections? Do these people want the best for Nigeria, or it has to always be about them? For the first time in Nigeria's history, we're going to use machines to prevent and reduce rigging. And a few people who have perpetuated themselves in government are opposing the idea. Nigerians have tolerated Nigerian politicians for far too long. They no longer know that they are public servants. They believe they are our parents because of their ages and the ages of their ideas. 2023 is a turning point for Nigeria. It's not the time to sit on the fence or think politics is not your business. If you're 18 years today, you'll be 26 in another 8 years. Nigeria's next leader will definitely impact your life. It is therefore very important to get involved. It may seem like we've rolled back 40 years in terms of development, yet now is the right time to jumpstart Nigeria and move her forward speedily. There's no time for entitled politicians, selfish leaders, nor a docile citizenry. Nigeria will succeed. You and I will succeed in 2023.
What we really go through is not really meant for humans, because when you're there, like in a small room whereby you maybe like people of 10 people should be in, you come across like 100 people in a particular small room, and when you want to sleep, you have to sleep with your side. Everyone sleeps on sides. You understand? So there's no more space, and you want to ease yourself or make use of the toilet, it's just in front of you. So you can inhale the odor of the toilet, which is not conducive for the human health. So, and apart from that one, the weather is very, very cold, extremely cold. And at night, you don't have something like blankets that will be given to you. So it's not really good for the body, to be precise. And in terms of feeding, you're being given just a long bread. We call it hamsa. Just a long bread. That's your meal. They'll give you three of it. That's your meal for your lunch, your breakfast, and your dinner, which is not healthy at all. I was deported, and I was deported back to the border of Algeria and Mali. Okay, so when we were deported there, it was a Sahara desert, to be precise. That's where they will leave you. And when they leave you in that border between Algeria and Mali, you have to walk 7 kilometers to the border of Mali, and we call that 7 kilometers to hellfire, because it's extremely hot over there. Some of them that is already, you were not really giving food well when you were in the camp. You don't have the strength to even walk. Some of them died along the way. Some of them, I'm not gonna lie you, have to drink their own urine just to survive, to have strength to be able to go to that next borderline of the Algeria. So it's really, really hectic. You have to make a choice to go back to Algeria, or you have to go back to Morocco. And when you're being taken to the border of Algeria, the Algerian militants, they open fire on the militants of the Moroccans. So they don't have to hide. Or they can just tell you, okay, just go this way, just go down the valley, just stick like this. That is Algeria. So if you want to go back to Algeria, you will not have to surrender yourself to the militants of the Algerians. They will not put you into deportation camp. They do not have to deport you back to Mali. So it's like you're being deported from one country to another. And you can imagine the shape of the deportation camp in Mali there. It is, oh God, it's unexplainable. I believe, I won't lie, I believe I spent 16 years in this journey. On transit, you know.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from
On the news, Tribunal nullifies election of Adeleke as Osun State Governor, declares Oyetola as winner. Independent National Electoral Commission INEC set to test beavers with mock accreditation on February 4. And Abuja-Kaduna bound train derails, leaving passengers stranded. It's good to have you join us on News Now. I am Mary Kanu. The Osun State Governorship Election Petitions Tribunal has nullified Ademola Adeleke as governor of the state. In its ruling on Friday, the tribunal declared Gboyega Oyetola the validly elected elected governor of the state. Delivering its judgment on Friday, the tribunal held that the governorship election was characterized by overvoting, adding that after deducting the excessive votes, Oyetola's figures rose to 314,921, while Adeleke's came down to 290,266. The tribunal, led by Justice Tetsi Kume, therefore instructed INEC to withdraw the certificate of return issued to Adeleke and his deputy Kola Adewusi, and directed that the certificate of return be issued to Oyetola instead. Meanwhile, responding to the tribunal's ruling, Adeleke has described the judgment as a miscarriage of justice, adding that it is an unfair interpretation against the will of the majority of voters. He also says he would appeal the judgment, sacking him as governor of Osun State. Meanwhile, legal experts have said the Osun State Tribunal's ruling does not automatically confirm victory for Oyetola, adding that Adeleke reserves the right to appeal. Speaking on TV360's flagship program, TV360 Chairman, Nigerian Bar Association Section on Public Interest and Development Law, Monday, Ubani said a comprehensive investigation into allegations of overvoting during the election must be carried out. He also called on the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to tighten up all loose ends and ensure reliability of the bimodal voters accreditation system (BVAS) in readiness for the coming general elections.
I think that the man that was there, the governor, felt aggrieved with the result that was declared by INEC and brought the matter before the tribunal. And tribunal, after taking evidence from all the parties, came to the conclusion in the judgment today that there was overvoting. And when there is an overvoting, what a judge was supposed to do is to remove those votes that he considered to be more than necessary for the electoral process. The interesting aspect which you have reported is that it wasn't a unanimous decision. That is a dissenting judgment. And so one need to look at the majority judgment and also probably peruse the dissenting judgment in order to actually give a proper and a fairer view of what may have probably impacted on the mind of the two justices who gave judgment in favor of the former governor. And so whatever we're doing now is based upon the report we have read from the newspapers, that voting was the main cause why this particular electoral result was nullified. One of the worst things that can happen to Nigeria is to have a biased umpire. And I mean it, because it goes to the root of our electoral fairness. If you have an umpire that is biased, where you have an umpire that is very corrupt, where you have umpires that are very, very terrible in terms of not allowing the mandate of the people, to prevail, then the country is in a big mess. Because umpires are supposed to be clearly unbiased. They are supposed not to take side with any party in an electoral process. They are the umpire, so-called, in a manner that will introduce fairness. We have known what this country is suffering because of unfairness in the electoral process. Yeah, if this is well established, I thought that with the level of less of interference of the human factor in our electoral process, that will begin to minimize some of those flaws, we have experienced over time in our electoral process. But with this particular judgment, and if it is well established that that was over voting and that it was done in collusion with INEC officials, then we are back to square one. It means that even with the deployment of technology in our process, we can still have flaws. We can still have human collusion. We can still have problem, irregularity that is engineered by human factor to really derail the fairness of the electoral process.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says it will conduct a mock accreditation exercise on February 4, 2023. According to the Commission, the exercise is to test the efficacy of the bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS) ahead of the presidential and National Assembly elections on February 25. INEC Chairman Mahmood Yakubu disclosed this on Friday in a meeting with all the 37 resident electoral commissioners in the country. According to him, the machines used for the mock exercise will be reconfigured in preparation for the May elections. And less than a week after an Itakpe Warri train derailed in Kogi, another train on Friday derailed in Abuja, the nation's capital. The Abuja-Kaduna train service derailed at Kubwa on Friday. Hundreds of passengers stranded. Managing Director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, Fidet Okira, who confirmed the incident, however, said he was trying to obtain more information on the incident. It will be recalled that an Itakpe Warri train had on Sunday derailed in a Kogi forest, although the 143 passengers were safely evacuated. A coalition of students from different tertiary institutions across Lagos State have gathered at the Unicorn Stadium to show their support for the incumbent governor of the state, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Representatives from the University of Lagos, Lagos State University, Lagos State Polytechnic of Technology, and Lagos State University of Science and Technology, amongst others, were present. The students presented the governor a certificate of endorsement pledging that over 4 million students in the state will cast their votes in support of him. Addressing the students, Governor Sanwo-Olu thanked the leadership of the students for their support, reiterating that this was a validation of his leadership.
I want to thank you all for supporting me, for agreeing with me that that's the best thing we should do. And to all your vice chancellors that are here, I want to thank you all very much. We are on the conversation of making our universities the best, not only in the country, but compete with the best in the world. LASU already is one of the best in the country. It's already one of the best in the world. The two other universities will also attain that level very, very, very soon. And that's what we're about. That's what you are voting for. You are voting for your future. You are voting for the future of your children that are coming behind you. And you are voting for generations that are coming. And that's why we ask you that your vote is a vote for APC. From our presidential candidate, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to all of the APC candidates in the Senate and House of Rep. Of course, to the governorship candidate and House of Assembly, you will do the right thing. And God will bless you. You have said it in LASU that I built and I handed over to you the biggest student arcade in the whole of the country. Is it not so? It's because you are important to me and will continue to do that. I came around and I said I'm going to provide additional buses for you. These are some of your buses that you'll be taking away. Additional buses for you. We want life to be meaningful to you. We want life to make sense to you. That's why we are doing what we're doing. And I want to thank your entire leadership. This, we are not taking it for granted. You have said to us, we should do a lot more. And our government will certainly do a lot more.
The Abia State chapter of the People's Democratic Party has fixed February 4 as the new date for its governorship primary election. This followed the death of the PDP flag bearer in the state, Uche Ikone. Ikone, who was the former Abia State University Vice Chancellor, died on Wednesday. In a statement on Friday, the party said the governorship primary would hold at the Umuahia Township Stadium. In the statement signed by Abia PDP Vice Chairman and Acting Publicity Secretary Abraham Ama, the party urged all interested aspirants to collect expression of interest and nomination forms from the PDP headquarters in Abuja. And the Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has urged Nigerians not to allow the 2023 general elections to fail. Governor Wike gave her charge of the 2023 Port Harcourt International Conference, sponsored by the Rivers State government, held at Obi Wali International Conference in Port Harcourt. Allowing such failure, he said, will increase political polarization, exacerbate social fault lines, and set Nigeria's democracy backward.
In a democracy, periodic elections are the only legitimate means for the peaceful transfer of power from one party to another. Since 1999, Nigeria has had 6 general election cycles, but none was considered substantially clean, free, and fair. Ordinarily, with 6 consecutive election cycles, Nigeria's electoral democracy ought to have crystallized effective compliance and enforcement of the basic standard rules, processes, and preconditions for successful elections should never be challenging to the independent National Electoral Commission, the security agencies, the judiciary, and the political parties. Unfortunately, this is not the situation yet. Nigerians are hoping and praying for the 2023 general elections to herald the deepening of democratic culture, the rule of law, and good governance in the country.
The Yaba College of Technology, Yaba Tech Lagos, is set to get a new rector as the current rector, Obafemi Omokungbe, will officially bow out of office on January 29, 2023, after concluding a 5-year stewardship in the institution. Ceremony held at the Yusuf Grillo Auditorium. Omokungbe's tenure was hailed as successful in every ramification by friends and colleagues. Speaking of the event, the outgoing rector listed some of the strategies implemented to boost the school's image and called on relevant stakeholders and concerned bodies to practice the culture of maintenance.
The first 1 month was serious for me. I was almost calling it a quit. But God has made me to be courageous to face and tackle those things. And so I had a strategic plan when I was to come in place. And so I quickly went back to that. And in the last 5 years, there has not been any strike. We've had stable academic calendar in spite of even the COVID. We were the first institution to go online. Public institution to go online to complete that session. And of course, we did it and others copied us. We have a strategic plan in place that in the next 5-10 years, whatever anybody, they chose to follow that strategic plan, is just to go there and plug in those things. And of course, the system will move and it will be working.
He has driven the ship of the institution to a very successful destination. He has touched almost every aspect of the institution, starting from having a very stable academic calendar, raising the status of the university, coming first 4 times in a row.
From the documentary, so that he's done well on infrastructure. Infrastructure is also continuing. Others can do more. And maybe staff welfare, maybe other facilities, the academic programs. So there's a whole lot to be done in an institution of this nature. He's done well, quite well.
We'll take a break here, but still to come, India launches first nasal COVID-19 vaccine. We'll bring you details of the story and more right after this break.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Welcome back. Now here's a recap of our top stories tonight. The Osun State Governorship Election Petitions Tribunal has nullified the election of Ademola Adeleke as governor of the state. In its ruling on Friday, the tribunal declared Boyega Oyetola the validly elected governor of the state, revealing that the governorship election was characterized by overvoting. Meanwhile, responding to the tribunal's ruling, Adeleke described the judgment as a miscarriage of justice, saying he would appeal the judgment, sacking him. We also told you that the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says it will conduct a mock accreditation exercise on February 4, 2023. According to INEC Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu, the exercise is to test the efficacy of the bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS) ahead of the presidential and National Assembly elections on February 25, adding that the machines used for the mock exercise will be reconfigured in preparation for the main elections. In case you missed any of the news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. India has approved its first nasal COVID-19 vaccine made by Bharat Biotech. Incovac is administered in the form of drops and stimulates an immune response in the tissues that line the nasal cavity. In September 2022, China had approved an inhaled COVID-19 vaccine administered in the form of a spray. Scientists say that nasal vaccines may offer added immunity in the lining of the nose and upper airways where COVID-19 typically enters the body. We'll take a short break and return to business updates, so stay with us. Welcome back. Folashade Ogurinde is standing by with business updates. Folashade, over to you.
Well, many thanks, Mary. And in business, representatives of Chief Executive of Commercial Banks in Nigeria have clarified that the banks are simply following the directives of the Apex Bank in the redistribution of the new Naira notes to Nigerians. The bank said this while appearing before the House of Representatives ad hoc committee on CBN cashless policy at the National Assembly on Thursday. Chairman of the ad hoc committee and the majority leader in the House of Representatives, Alhassan Doguwa, while expressing total dissatisfaction with the way the CBN and the commercial banks are handling the situation, said the House called the fact-finding meeting to find a solution to the problem. On their part, the representatives of the commercial banks explained that the Apex Bank only directed them to do the swapping of old currencies through the automated teller machines.
So notwithstanding that explanation you are making, this is the position position of the law. And at whatever instance and for any reason, the expiry date for the old note comes up, then definitely the old note has to continue as a postman. And no time is even specified here, which means banks of commercial banks will continue. The central banks are under moral and statutory obligation to continue to accept old notes, only that they cannot be used as legal tender. So what you are speaking now is like you are trying to reiterate the subsection, section 1 and 2, which this subsection says, even with them, with those sections, notwithstanding them, this is the position of the law. I'm sorry, I don't want you to let us go into interpretation of the law. We make the laws here.
If a mutilated note is presented, bank has every right to either reject or accept. No matter how mutilated or imperfect, or maybe if all the bank recognize to accept, it's okay. But bank have no reason or any right based on this provision of this law to reject any old currency after the expiration date, despite the fact that the note or the currency ceased to be a legal tender.
Thank you, Jah.
Agents in areas where there are not enough banking services will be there to exchange notes from persons, and the exchange is such that you bring 10,000 naira, for instance, for exchange, where you don't have a 1,000 naira bills or 500 or 200 naira bills. You will be paid in smaller denominations, same value. That's what the circular says. That's just clarity around the cash swap.
We'll take a breather now and be back with a review of the stock market. To stay with us. It's a bearish end of weekday trading on the floor of the NGX's all-share index closed in the reds at 0.18%, while market capitalization ended at the 28.69 trillion naira basis mark. A total of 171 million volume of shares valued at 2.3 billion naira exchange hands in 3,599 deals. Now, compared with the previous Thursday's trade day, today's data showed that 22% improvement in volumes, 16% improvement in turnover, and 1% improvement in deals. In the aggregates, 111 NGX listed equities participated in trading, ending with 24 gainers and 11 losers. CAP led the gainers with a 9.83% share price appreciation, closing at 19.55 naira per share, followed by Northern Nigeria Flour Mills. Now the losing side, Cotix, came out last with an end-of-day price appreciation of 8.11% at 2.04 naira per share, followed by International Breweries. Now away from the NGX now to a select global stocks, FTSE, Dow Jones and Nikkei are all in the green, helped by better than expected economic growth and a pop in market darling to Tesla. And that's it on business news and stock market review. Back to you, Mary, for the rest of the news.
Many thanks, Folashade, for the updates. Moving on now to the global scene, U.S. authorities have charged 5 former police officers with second-degree murder, aggravated assault and kidnapping over the fatal beating of a black man in Memphis as the southern city braced for possible civil unrest, and President Joe Biden urged demonstrators to protest peacefully. Tyree Nichols was stopped on January 7 for what the Memphis Police Department said was reckless driving. The 5 officers, who are also black, were fired after an internal investigation found them to have deployed excessive use of force and to have failed to render aid. Nichols was taken to the hospital in critical condition, where he died on January 10. In sports, the second edition of the She Plays initiative organized by the Asisat Oshogbo Academy has been held in Lagos, with some selected students participating in the training and mentorship program. Empowering the girl child through sports, the initiative emphasizes the importance of education to the development of the girl child, increased attention, and addresses the challenges of adolescence. Our correspondent Simisola Adigun now reports.
Here on this field are a select group of young girls from the Ansarudin College in Lagos for a one-day sensitization program organized by the Asisat Oshoala Academy. Tagged She Plays, the program, in its second edition, is set to equip young girls with sporting skills as well as mentor them on the importance of personal hygiene as well as basic health education skills. The session started from the classroom, where girls were taught basic health safety techniques, coping with the pressure of competition, and how to achieve excellent academic results. Away from the classroom, the next stage of the training was on the field, where the girls were drilled on major techniques in sports such as football, badminton, and volleyball.
The whole essence of this project, like it's called SHE, which means sports, humanitarian, and the E stands for education, is to encourage young girls to understand that you can be in school and at the same time learn sports. Is to empower them with not just sports, it's also about education, it's also about learning to respect other people, it's about life skills. And as you know, the Asisat herself has made so much for herself as a sports person.
Asisat Oshoala Foundation and Academy collaborates together to give hope to girls' child. That's our first aim. And how do we do that? You need to go to the grassroots as well, to spread the message so that it can touch the lives of the commoners in the society that doesn't have the privilege or the opportunity of coming to gain from the academy. So that's the reason why we are visiting the school. And we call it SHE program. We go through sports, humanitarian, and education. That's what we combine together to form the SHE.
The beneficiaries, who are huge admirers of the great Asisat Oshoala, expressed gratitude for the impact the program has made on their lives.
Today has really been an eventful day, and I'm sure a lot of us remember this successful program. A lot of students or girls hasn't really been given the opportunity or platform to be able to learn or acquire knowledge on volleyball. So it's really appreciative of Asisat Oshoala, Miss Asisat Oshoala to give us this opportunity.
We also learn about menstrual hygiene, that the menstrual cycle is either 30, 24, 20, from the ages of 21 to 30 days, and we can have 5 days menstrual cycle and 7 days when the menstruation flows, and there is 14 days. Then you add and minus on your calendar.
Today has been a lot of fun. I have learned a lot about a lot of sports. For example, football, badminton, and volleyball. To be sincere, I didn't know how to play these games until today, and I am very, very grateful for the people that took their times to come to our school today to teach us all about it.
Through the She Plays initiative, the Asisat Oshoala Foundation hopes to provide more access to sport and education for marginalized girls in Nigeria. Simisola Lagoon, TV360, Lagos.
Well, that's the size of our news bulletin. Thank you for staying with us. I am Mary Kanu.
The majestic river Niger, rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the delta where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. Stretching to about 4,000 kilometers, River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger Bridge constructed by Dumez was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, "Please, what could I do?" I said, "What was the issue?" He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, "Can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow?" I said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes. He said 6 hours they had spent on that bridge, and there was no hope that they would get to the other side.
But then there are those with more bitter tales to tell. On this same bridge, homebound families are known to have been trapped for hours and days on end.
I have slept there, so I can have a first-hand experience of the challenge. So in situations like that, it's a nightmare, because you may even come there thinking that you have stayed 1 day. Some people tell you they have stayed 2 days, especially during festivities. It's usually a very major nightmare.
Aside the nightmarish experience of the users, the bridge also poses danger to motorists as a result of the heavy load it bears.
I've had awful experiences flying through that Niger Bridge. It has been an awful experience where we have a dilapidated bridge that for so many years it has lasted. It was so dilapidated that sometimes you'd be scared that you might end up having your car get into the river. So it's an awful experience.
There's been lots and lots of tales about that place. We've had records of the bridge quivering, motorists on the bridge actually feeling the quakes and tremors from the bridge. So it was, in one way or the other, going to end up being a nightmare. It was actually a catastrophe just waiting to happen.
Now, 57 years after it was built, the second Niger Bridge is coming up quickly to alleviate the plight of the people, reduce the load on the old bridge, and boost the socio-economic potentials of the Southeast.
The bridge is very nice. It's very good. So we believe that since the new Niger Bridge have passed, we believe that development can come.
Truly, the construction of a second bridge across the river Niger had long been identified as the panacea to the seemingly intractable gridlock and frustration on the old bridge. Until 2018, it was the subject of intense politicking. While President Shehu Shagari promised to build the bridge, General Ibrahim Babangida challenged Nigerian engineers to design it. From General Sani Abacha to successive governments, nothing much was done except perhaps for President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually flagged off the construction of the bridge on the eve of his departure in 2007. His successor, Alhaji Omar Yaradua, had a short stay in office, but ahead of the 2015 general elections, President Goodluck Jonathan performed another groundbreaking ceremony and promised to do the bridge.
I remember that clearly. I was in my office in the Sun newspapers on that day, and I remember crystal clear that flag off and the things that were said about that bridge. And it's amazing that nothing happened. And then the day the then President Jonathan also went to that side, I remember clearly. That's why it's baffling that after all those body movements, nothing happened.
It was being used for politics. Every 4 years, they do flag off, they do ceremony. After the flag off, they remove everything, and then the bridge is forgotten. After another 4 years, at every election period, canopies are set, and then another flag off. So that was why when the president now gave his word, knowing who he is, that he's going to do this bridge, considered it a flagship project, and then followed through. Today, we're no more talking about flag off, we're now talking of commissioning.
The era that was most significant vis-a-vis Second Niger Bridge was the 16 years of the People's Democratic Party. Anytime elections were approaching, they would go there, make some body movements as if things were going to happen concerning the Second Niger Bridge. Once elections came and they got the votes of the Southeasterners, they disappeared. The next time, when elections were coming again, they would pretend that there was movement on Second Niger Bridge, and it would fizzle out again. Then came Muhammadu Buhari, a man from the northwest of the country, from Dara. In terms of affinity with the Southeast, it's not much, except that we're all Nigerians.
Interestingly, while little was done during the period of bumper harvests from oil sales, President Muhammadu Buhari, who arrived the scene at a time of lean financial resources, became the game changer. Without the boastful promises and grandstanding of the past, President Buhari plunged headlong into the project. Today, he has succeeded where others before him failed.
I think I'm going to say it unequivocally that President Muhammadu Buhari, that is one of the greatest achievements that he has done for Nigeria. I'm not talking about Southeast, I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. Because without that bridge, there will be no movement from Southeast to North, from Southeast to West. So even going outside Nigeria, a lot of folks that come to Abia, buy goods, come to Onitsha, buy goods, now have to transfer those goods to other nation states.
It is encouraging, it is nice to see that for the first time, we actually have an administration that has looked into that problem and preferred a real solution in the new Niger Bridge. So I think it's a positive step, one that if more of our leaders would emulate, that would be it would make Nigeria a much better place for us to live in.
The second Niger Bridge is an engineering marvel being executed by Julius Berger, the international construction giant. Stretching to a length of 1.6 kilometers, the bridge is equipped with a 10.3-kilometer highway. The toll plazas in both directions of the facility have 8 lanes leading to the bridge. The Owerri interchange on the Onitsha-Owerri road is designed to provide direct access to the bridge from Obosi in Anambra State to Asaba in Delta. Construction of 2 secondary bridges at Amakom and Atani communities are also part of the total package.
All the 16 booths have been completed. The operation building also completed. Then the workshops and other ones, security house, they've been completed. Then the approach road on this project, we have 3 kilometers on Asaba end. Like I said, it's has been constructed. We only need to put the final layer of the asphalt. Then on the Onitsha end, the Anambra end, we have completed more than half of it.
On the eastern side of the bridge lies the ever-bustling Onitsha, a commercial hub that embodies the resilient and enterprising spirit of the people of the southeast. The Onitsha main market, reputed to be the largest in Africa, attracts visitors from across the continent and contributes to the hectic commercial environment of the city. As a result of the intense economic activities in Onitsha and beyond, traffic holdup on the old bridge is perpetual and frustrating. But the ongoing 7-kilometer approach road on the Onitsha side of the new facility will help to eliminate congestion and provide direct access to the second bridge. The idea is to connect the southeast and south-south regions seamlessly to the rest of the country.
You see, you are talking of a bridge that links Anambra State, southeast, Abia, Imo, to the entire Nigeria, coming through Lagos. All right, that is the route. All the containers that come from Lagos coming to the east, that's the route they use. It's quite enormous. It's something that, if you look at the economic benefit, you get very excited. There's quite a lot we can benefit from it, and it's going to impact very positively on the economy of the southeast.
It's going to lead to free flow of traffic. Of course, even our people who reside in other parts of the world, or in other parts of the country, once there is a period of festivities where all of our people return home to celebrate Christmas, Easter, and what have you, they will not hesitate. Most of them will come back home, and coming back home brings happiness home. Economically, economic will become viable because goods will move freely between other parts of the country and the southeast. Business will boom and everything will pick up.
On the other side of the bridge lies the serene city of Asaba, the capital of Delta State and once the colonial headquarters of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria. Strategically located on the bank of the river, Asaba serves as the main entryway to the southeast from the Lagos axis. Here, traffic is usually heavy on its main highway, but to ease the flow and divert vehicles to the new bridge, a 3.3-kilometer approach road is also being constructed.
The second Niger Bridge is the artery between the western part and the eastern part of the country and the rest of the country. You can't quantify what it will do economically. Even apart from the economy, how about the comfort of the people? Going home at festive seasons, our brethren from east of the Niger love to travel at Easter, at Christmas, and other festive seasons. You cannot imagine the relief they will have on that bridge. They have slept on that bridge before. My friend spent 6 hours last December, but people who slept till the next day have that experience. So the relief will come for them.
President Muhammad Buhari is a man of few words. when in 2018 he gave assurance that his administration was going to deliver the project. Many people may have taken it with a pinch of salt and perhaps waved it off as a familiar story, a tale by moonlight repeatedly told by past politicians without commensurate action. 4 years after, the dream is set to become a reality.
I thank God I'm alive to see the working of that second Niger Bridge. They have gone a long way. I am happy over what I see today. They are trying. They are trying. I pray, let the Chukwu Okike Abiama guide them. So far they have gone.
It's been a subject of serious politicking over the years. So our people kind of developed a feeling that it will never come. But all of a sudden, here comes President Buhari, who now announced that he was going to do the bridge and immediately started work.
It waited this long because they made it political. Instead of really pulling up their bootstraps and working, they turned it to a political thing. That was why whenever elections were approaching, they would go there to hoodwink the people of the region to get their votes. They turned it into a political thing. But then came President Buhari, who was not interested in fooling anybody, who was not interested in the politics of it, was just interested in action.
Under this administration as well, the long-abandoned Onitsha River Port has been revived and may soon become a port of final destination for goods bound for the southeast, thereby decongesting the existing seaports in Lagos, Port Harcourt and other cities. Stakeholders are of the view that the second Niger Bridge will boost activities at the river port and complement the multimodal transportation initiative of the administration.
Today, we talk of multimodal forms of transportation. You talk about the road, you talk about the rail, you talk about water and things like that. So this multi-approach is something that has a lot to do with impacting on the economy. So here is the Onitsha River Port that has to do with the water, and then here is the second Niger Bridge that has to do with the roads. But both complement each other.
To ensure compliance to schedule and quality delivery, the project site has witnessed high-profile visitors lately. Aside the Minister of Works, Babatunde Fashola, who pays regular supervisory visits to the site, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, recently led top functionaries of the federal government to see the state of readiness of the bridge.
The Federal Executive Council has passed tolling policy, national tolling. National is for the nation as a whole. So which one will be concession, toll fares, and so on? That's secondary. Important. Let us finish this road.
Similarly, the Minister of Finance, Hajia Zainab Ahmad, also came calling with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Ujoji, and Chief Executives of other relevant agencies. For the Minister, it was an inspection and assessment visit to be sure the 157 billion naira so far released has been well utilized.
I can report to Mr. President and say I have seen where all the 157 billion naira has gone to. This is a project that is very dear to His Excellency the President. It is designed to uplift the lives and livelihoods of the people of the southeastern part and the southwestern part of our country.
Indeed, the transportation industry has experienced unprecedented turnaround in the past 7 years. For a critical sector that supports socio-economic growth, it's never been this good. Apart from equipping the National Inland Waterways Authority to provide navigable pathways for the movement of goods and services, stupendous amount of resources have also been committed into developing a functional rail transportation system. In addition to the second Niger and local Oweto bridges, solid road networks that crisscross the country and connect the geopolitical zones have been constructed.
When the story of the Buhari administration is to be told, Of course, we will talk about the second Niger Bridge. We will talk about the Bodo Boni Bridge. We will talk about the Loko Oweto Bridge. We will talk about Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. We will talk about the new ultramodern airport in Lagos, the one in Kano, the one in Port Harcourt. We will talk about the new runway in Enugu. We will talk about so many things.
Just as the River Niger provides legitimate employment and sustenance for many families, construction activities at the new facility have also given jobs and livelihood to many people from the region. In addition to this legacy infrastructure, critical road projects and monuments are also being executed in the zone. Despite these huge investments, political detractors had actually tried to sell the false narrative of hatred and marginalization to some gullible natives of the area.
With the developmental strides that the president has taken to the south, it's not just the second Niger Bridge. What about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which the president made sure that that rehabilitation of such road is completed? Other giant projects that the president has started and also completed in the southeast is an evidence that the president indeed does not hate the southeast.
Don't forget that time was when Southeasterners, people of Igbo extraction, were controlling the levers of development. I'll give you an example. The Deputy Senate President from Southeast, Deputy Speaker from Southeast, Chairman Senate Committee on Works Southeast, Chairman House Committee on Works Southeast, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy Southeast, Secretary to Government of the Federation Southeast. And all through those periods, not 1 kilometer of our roads, federal roads, that were in terrible state, not 1 kilometer was addressed. And all these people I mentioned are from Southeast. Now it took somebody else who is not from Southeast to now address this infrastructural decay. Now face the reconstruction of these roads, this critical infrastructure. Just to mention a few of the things that this administration has done in the Southeast. And then somebody goes back and says he hates Southeast. How do you demonstrate hate?
This president bears malice to nobody. And he has cared for the Southeast as much as he cares for other parts of the country.
The second Niger Bridge is an important national asset. Aside easing traffic on the old bridge, it is an inter-regional integrator with the capability of boosting economic activities and development in the Southeast. Already, the people are beginning to tap into the huge investment opportunities that come with the bridge.
You know our people, we are business people. We understand the dynamics and we take advantage of opportunities. It will bring a lot of development to the Southeast, a lot. And even South-South, because the bridge is coming from Asaba to Onitsha and vice versa. So the development is not only for South, it's also for South-South.
Truly, when the story of the Muhammadu Buhari administration is told, the second Niger Bridge will be recorded among its greatest achievements.
When President Buhari would have been done and is gone to have his due retirement, and the story is being told, what would never be forgotten will be his footprints on the sands of time in terms of infrastructure.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
will therefore cover operational activities of the Armed Forces of Nigeria and other security agencies conducted in addressing the various security challenges across the country between the period 12 to 26 January 2023, starting with the North-East Zone. Troops of Operation Hadankai have continued to sustain and dominate their general area of operation. Operational activities were conducted in villages, forests, mountain areas, towns and cities of Kukawa, Bama, Biu, Damboa, Meduguri, Mafa, Dekwa, Goza, Kanga, Abadam, as well as Mongunu local government areas of Borno State. Operations were also conducted in Madagali local government area of Adamawa State and Gujiba and Gedam and Damaturu local government area of Yobe State. In the Northeast region, of the country geared towards denying Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province and other criminal elements freedom of action and restore normalcy to the zone. Notably, on 12 January 2023, troops had a meeting engagement with Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province terrorists close to their locations in Kwata, Turare, and Niger Bridge village in Kukawa and Damboa local government area of Borno State. During these encounters, troops engaged the terrorists in a firefight and neutralized 5 terrorists while others fled with gunshot injuries. Troops also recovered 3 AK-47 rifles, 2 60mm mortar bombs, 36 rounds of belted 7.62mm NATO, 7 mortar charges, empty cases of mortar bombs charger, empty cases of RPG chargers, 2 RPG bombs, 1 gun truck, 2 PK machine gun, 2 RPG bombs, 1 QJC gun, 116 rounds of 12.7mm armor-piercing ammunition, and 56 rounds of 7.62mm ranged ammunition, while a Phantom Embra used by the terrorists was destroyed by own fire. Also, troops on 14 January 2023 ambushed Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province terrorists close to Zawan village in Goza local government area of Borno State. Following the firefight, troops neutralized 7 terrorists while others fled. Troops recovered 3 AK-47 rifles, 2 fabricated guns, 15 rounds of 7.62mm refill ammunition, 1 camel bag, 1 GT rifle, and 19 rounds of 7.62mm NATO ammunition. On the same day, troops ambushed Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province terrorists along Banki, Bula Yobe, Darak Jamal in Bama local government area and made contact. Following the firefight, troops neutralized 3 terrorists and recovered 2 AK-47 rifles, 15 rounds of 7.62mm refill ammunition, and 1 camel bag, among other sundry items. Additionally, on 13 January 2023, 2 Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African terrorists surrendered to own troops at Banki Junction in Bama local government area of Borno State with 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 FN rifle, 12 rounds of 7.62mm special, 6 rounds of 7.62mm refill ammunition, 1 mobile phone, and a sum of 15,000 naira only. Equally, troops raided the Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province terrorist enclave at Bulatasum village ahead of Gurusoye in Bama local government area of Borno State and made contact with the terrorists. Troops engaged and neutralized 2 terrorists while 2 motorcycles were recovered and 6 kidnapped victims rescued. Between 20th and 25th January 2023, conducted ambush operations at Lokori, Mainahari village in Mafa and the local government area of Borno State. During the operation, troops neutralized 8 terrorists, apprehended 5 armed headers, 2 suspected vandals, 5 bandits, and 4 terrorist logistics suppliers. During these operations, troops also recovered 2 QJC anti-aircraft guns, 4 AK-47 rifles, 2 AK-47 magazines, 216 rounds of 12.7mm armor-piercing ammunition. Troops also recovered 10 Russell goats, 1 cow, 7 bicycles, 4 motorcycles, 2 vehicles, among other sundry items. Cumulatively, within the week in focus, troops in the northeast region recovered 12 AK-47 rifles, 2 locally fabricated guns, 1 FN rifle, 1 GT rifle, 3 QJC guns, 2 60mm mortar bombs, 36 rounds of belted 7.62mm NATO ammunition, 7 60mm mortar charges, 4 RPG bombs, 1 Phantom MRAP, 2 PK machine gun, 1 gun truck, 336 rounds of 12.7mm armor-piercing ammunition, 56 rounds of 7.62mm range ammunition, 21 rounds of 7.62mm refilled ammunition, 19 rounds of 7.62mm NATO, 48 rounds of 7.62mm special, 14 AK-47 magazine, 2 vehicles, 9 bicycles, 4 motorcycles, and the sum of 15,000 naira only, among other sundry items. Troops equally neutralized 42 terrorists, arrested 5 terrorists and 9 terrorist logistics suppliers, as well as arrested 5 suspected vandals, 5 bandits, as well as 5 armed headers. Troops also rescued 6 abducted civilians, while a total of 267 Boko Haram and Islamic State terrorists and members of their family, comprising of 22 adult females, 128 adult females, 22 adult males, 128 adult females, and 117 children surrendered to troops at different locations in the Northeast Theater of Operations. All recovered items, apprehended criminals, rescued civilians were handed over to the appropriate authorities for further action, while captured terrorists and surrendered Boko Haram terrorists and Islamic State of West African Province, as well as members of their families, are being profiled for further action. Furthermore, the air component of Operation Hadenkai conducted a series of air interdiction operations at terrorist hideouts, enclaves, and camps. Notably, on 14th and 21st January 2023, several air interdiction operations were conducted at Dogonchukwu in the fringes of the northern Tumbus, Arina Kaza in southern Tumbus of the Lake Chad, and Chikide in the Mandara Mountains area, as well as Gezawa areas in Borno State. The battle damage assessment revealed that several terrorists were neutralized with their structures and logistic supplies destroyed in the airstrike. Now to the North Central Zone. Troops of Operation Safe Haven, as well as other troops deployed in the North Central Zone, conducted operational activities in villages in Panshin, Bokos, Mangu, and Lantan North local government area of Plateau State, as well as Idu, Chikara in Kogi State, and Gurara local government area of Niger State. Notably, on 13 January 2023, based on credible intelligence, troops embarked on stop and search mission and arrested 2 gunrunners in Sabonlai village in Lantan North local government area of Plateau State. Troops recovered 5 AK-47 rifles with magazines, 1 RPG tube, 4 RPG bombs, 4 RPG-7 chargers, 1 Beretta pistol, and 2 cell phones. Equally, on 12 January 2023, troops of Guard Brigade with Civilian Joint Task Force conducted fighting patrol at bandit hideouts in Idu Chikara in Kogi and made contact with the criminals. Troops engaged the criminals and neutralized 2 and recovered 1 RPG tube, as well as rescued 30 kidnapped civilians. On the same day, troops responded to information on the meeting engagement between local vigilantes and bandits around the adjoining forest near Daga and Izan village in Gurara local government area of Niger State. The bandits fled before troops arrived. Troops with the vigilante exploited the areas and arrested 11 suspect bandits, as well as recovered 1 AK-47 rifle. Equally, on 22nd January 2023, based on credible information, troops raided criminal hideouts in Unjo and Woka village in Logo and Guma local government area of Benue State and made contact with terrorists. Following the fierce firefight, 3 terrorists were neutralized. Troops also recovered 8 den guns, 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 pistol, 3 rounds of 9mm ammunition, 112 rounds of 7.62mm special, 20 rounds of 5.56mm ammunition, 1 drill rifle, 1 magazine, 3 ATM cards, and a sum of 69,000 naira only. Troops also arrested 5 terrorists as well as rescued 8 civilians. Consequently, within a week in view, troops in the North Central Zone neutralized 7 terrorists, arrested 2 suspected gun runners, and Consequently, within a week in view, troops of the North Central Zone neutralized 7 terrorists, arrested 2 suspected gun runners, and 19 terrorists, as well as rescued 36 kidnapped victims. Troops also recovered 8 AK-47 rifles, 2 RPG tubes, 4 RPG-7 bombs, 4 RPG-7 chargers, and 2 pistols, as well as 8 den guns, 3 rounds of 9mm ammunition, 112 rounds of 7.62mm special, and 20 rounds of 5.56 ammunition among with other items. Now to the Northwest Zone. Troops of Operation Harder Daji in the Northwest Zone of the country have continued to sustain offensive operation on terrorist enclaves, camps, and hideouts within the zone. Precisely on 12 January 2023, troops went on fighting patrol to terrorist enclaves at Lamba village in Maruru local government area and Kangaras forest in Gusau local government area of Zamfara state. Troops intercepted terrorists while en route to their camps and neutralized 5 terrorists. Troops exploited the general area and recovered 5 AK-47 rifles, 60 rounds of 7.62mm special, 4 magazines loaded with 33 rounds of 7.62mm special, 4 motorcycles. Equally, on 17 January 2023, troops deployed at Danali in Damusa local government area of Katsina state made contact with terrorists. Following the encounter, 2 terrorists were neutralized, while 2 AK-47 rifle with magazines loaded with 7 rounds of 7.62mm special was recovered, as well as 3 motorcycles. Also, on 18 January 2023, troops conducted clearance operations at Malakachi, Mukaha, Awala, Kaburu, and Dunya village in Dan Wasagu and Mora village in Damusa local government area of Kebbi, Zamfara, and Katsina state, respectively. Troops encounter and engage terrorists with deliberate fire at their various enclaves and neutralize 8 terrorists and destroy several bandits' enclaves, as well as 4 vehicles and 9 motorcycles. Troops also recovered 4 AK-47 rifles, 2 AK-47 magazines, 1 submachine gun, 2 Bafeng radios, 33 rounds of 7.62mm special, 2 laptops, and 10 mobile phones, among other sundry items. Also, on 22nd and 25th January 2023, troops responded to terrorist attack on locals and motorists at Pandegu and Adangeru and Dangezo village in Batsari local government area of Katsina state, and Road Ngwada Minor in Bremen Gwari local government area of Kaduna state. Following the firefight that ensued during the encounter, troops neutralized 4 terrorists, recovered 3 AK-47 rifles, 50 rounds of 7.62mm special, 2 AK-47 rifle magazines, 1 Bafeng HH radio, and 1 motorcycle, as well as rescued 15 kidnapped victims. Also, troops responded to a distress call on 23rd January 2023 of bandits' attack at Kumaro village in Salimi local government area of Sokoto state. Following the fierce firefight, troops neutralized 4 terrorists and recovered and rescued 2 kidnapped victims. Troops exploited the general area and recovered 3 AK-47 rifles, 7 rounds of 7.62mm special, 1 pump action gun, 1 Bafeng radio, 1 mine, and 11 motorcycles. Cumulatively, within a week in view, troops in the Northeast Zone recovered 18 AK-47 rifles, 1 submachine gun, 126 rounds of 7.62mm special, 6 magazines, 13 motorcycles, 2 Bafeng radios, and 2 laptops. Troops equally neutralized 22 terrorists and arrested 4 and rescued 26 civilians. All recovered items, apprehended suspects, and rescued civilians have been handed over to appropriate authorities for further action. Equally, the air component of Operation Hadal Daji conducted a series of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance missions, as well as air interdiction operations at terrorist enclaves in Sokoto. Notably, on 16 January 2023, a well-planned and coordinated air interdiction operation was carried out at identified terrorist enclave at Rana Forest in Raba local government area of Sokoto State. After the airstrike, feedback by troops revealed that 20 terrorists were neutralized, while 17 motorcycles and several Bafeng radios were burnt in the airstrike. Now to the South-South zone. Troops of the Joint Task Force Operation Delta Safe in the South-South zone of the country have continued the war against oil theft and illegal refinery and other criminal activities in the Niger Delta region through aggressive and increased tempo in raid and clearance operations, as well as patrol, among other activities. Accordingly, the land, maritime, and air component of Operation Delta Safe and the conducted operational activities at the creeks, waterways, highways, towns, cities of Bayelsa, Delta, and River State to checkmate the activities of criminal elements and deny them freedom of action. Consequently, troops of Operation Delta Safe in the conduct of Operation Octopus Grip and other operations discovered and destroyed several illegal refinery sites, equipments, and petroleum products, as well as apprehended some suspected criminals. Notably, on 12 January 2023, troops responded to a distress call from local vigilantes on suspected cultists with weapons at Bado in Gokana local government area of River State. However, on sighting troops, the suspects fled. Troops exploited the area and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle, 1 duty rifle, 12 rounds of 7.62mm special, and 17 rounds of 7.62mm NATO, as well as 2 extra AK-47 magazines. Equally, on 20th January 2023, troops in conjunction with the Nigerian police personnel conducted cordon and search operation on a suspected armed robber hideout in the Sama community in Gomali local government area of Delta State and made contact with the criminals. Following the fierce firefight, troops arrested 8 suspected armed robbers, recovered 1 AK-47 rifle, 4 locally made den gun, 22 rounds of 7.62mm special, 16 rounds of 7.62mm NATO, 38 cartridges, various improvised explosive device materials, 3 cutlasses, 1 dagger, 1 hammer, 3 magazines, as well as other sundry items. Cumulatively, within a week in focus, troops discovered and destroyed 39 illegal refinery sites, 48 cooking ovens, 103 storage tanks, 27 dugout pits, and 33 wooden boats. Troops also recovered 1 tugboat, 1 barge, 3 pumping machines, 3 speeding boats, and 33 vehicles. Additionally, troops recovered 247 liters of crude oil, 71 liters of automotive gas oil, 15 AK-47 rifles, while 40 suspected economic saboteurs were arrested. All recovered items and apprehended suspects have been handed over to appropriate authorities for further action. It is worthwhile to mention that the sum of 125,333,460 naira only were denied oil thefts during the week under review. Equally, the air component of Operation Delta Safe conducted air interdiction operations at several illegal refinery sites and creeks in Gokari, Denga, and Okrika local government areas, both in River State, between 12 to 24th January 2023. Group observed that the sites were active with oil thefts and makeshift tents sited, as well as illegal refinery activities being carried out. The targets were engaged with weapons, and the locations were observed to have exploded in an inferno, while the illegal refinery equipment were all destroyed. Now to the southwest zone of the country. To the southeast zone of the country. Troops and other security agents have sustained offensive operation against the activities of the outlawed indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network criminals in the southeast zone of the country. In furtherance to this, troops conducted operational activities in villages, forests, towns and cities of Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu and Imo states, geared towards restoring peace and normalcy to the region. Notably, on 15th January 2023, following credible intelligence, troops raided suspected criminal hideout at Ungwaba town in Oji River local government area in Enugu state and Umbosi village in Hiyala local government area of Anambra state, and arrested 10 suspected indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network criminal members, including a high-profile sponsor of the sect. Troops recovered 2 pump-action rifles, 25 rounds of 9mm ammunition, 4 cutlasses, 1 axe, 1 vehicle, 5 mobile phones, substance suspected to be cannabis sativa, and a sum of 16,000 naira only. Additionally, on 17 January 2023, troops had a meeting engagement with indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network criminals close to their checkpoint along Oru Zugwawe Kumba in Inhiala local government area of Anambra state. The criminals fled with gunshot wounds. Troops, however, exploited the general area and recovered 4 improvised explosive devices, 1 vehicle, 4 locally made explosive pipe, 8 cartridges, 1 locally made grenade, and 1 single barrel gun. Equally, on 23rd January 2023, troops in conjunction with the Nigerian police personnel conducted fighting patrols at the indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network camp and at Uha and Amapupo village in Oguta local government area of Imo state, but no contact was made. Troops, however, conducted a cordon and search of the camp and recovered 7 pump-action guns, 2 AK-47 rifles, 33 rounds of 7.62mm special, 1 double-barrel gun, 4 locally made hand grenades, 17 live cartridges. Other items have 9 motorcycles, 7 vehicles, 9 mobile phones, and 27 wraps of suspects suspected to be cannabis sativa. Consequently, within the week in view, troops recovered 2 AK-47 rifles, 9 pump-action rifles, 1 double-barrel gun, 33 rounds of 7.62mm special, 4 locally made hand grenades, 7 live cartridges, 7 explosive devices, 4 locally made explosive pipes, 8 cartridges, 1 locally made grenade, 1 double-barrel gun, 25 rounds of 9mm ammunition, 4 cutlasses, 1 axe, 1 vehicle, 5 mobile phones, and a sum of 16,000 naira only. Troops equally neutralized 9 terrorists, arrested 24, and rescued 16 civilians. All recovered items, apprehended suspects, and rescued civilians have been handed over to appropriate authorities for further action. It's important to note that the southwest area of the country has been stable to a relative extent, and there's nothing much of significance to report there. On a final note, I wish to once again convey the military high command commendation on troops' efforts in the various theatres of operation across the length and breadth of the nation. The media community is also acknowledged for their untiring partnership and continued cooperation with the military and other security agents in our quest to restore peace and security to our dear country. Also, the entire populace is hereby appreciated for their support given to the armed forces of Nigeria and other security agencies in the conduct of our various operations across the length and breadth of the country, while also urging them to continue to provide prompt and credible information in the activities of terrorists and other criminal elements in their respective area. Thank you all for your attention, and God bless you all. Now for the general elections, as usual, it has been said categorically, particularly by the CDS, the armed forces of Nigeria will continue to remain apolitical in the conduct of the elections. And professionally speaking, the police is the lead agency as far as election matters is concerned in Nigeria. They are the ones who have the mandate. We and the armed forces of Nigeria and other security agencies will continue to play a supportive role to them. We are on standby. The code of conduct for the elections and the rule of engagement has been distributed to our troops. And we can assure you that any unwanted acts during the election will be dealt with decisively. There's no question about that. We have all our witness to the previous elections. We have seen how incidences, how tensions have raised up, and the election came and went. There was nothing that happened. And I can assure you that there will be no difference between this election that is coming. So let us continue to pray and be positive about activities of this country. This country belongs to each and every one of us here. So let us be positive that nothing is going to happen, and I can assure you nothing is going to happen. Now to the other question on Niger State and Nasarawa State. Well, we're not going to talk much on this issue. Like I said earlier on, operations are being carried out across the length and breadth of this nation. It's not only in Nasarawa State, Niger State, or Benue State that are conducting operation. So we're not going to dwell more on these incidences or whatever is being reported in the press. But what I can tell you, like I've been telling you before, the armed forces of Nigeria, we are very professional about the way we are carrying out our counter-insurgency operations across the country. Our code of conduct is clear, the rules of engagement is clear, and our targeting procedures are clear. The majority of our operations are intelligence-driven. And all this, our code of conduct, targeting procedures and rules of engagement are in tandem with international best practices. And I can assure you, we will continue to conduct operations in line with these procedures, regardless of whatever people are saying. Now, particularly for Nasarawa and Benue, the governor has come out critically and made a press statement. We're not going to go contrary to what he has said. He has said it, so let us leave it at what it is now. If there are going to be subsequent issues on that issue that are going to be announced or given to you, you will definitely hear from us. Thank you very much. We go to my right-hand side. When we arrest such people, you cannot give out their name because investigation is ongoing. If you give out their name, the tendency is that those who are associated with them might likely take off, and you have already jeopardized the course of the investigation. So for intelligence reasons, we will not disclose the names of such persons. And to continue to remain, that is our standing operational procedure, and to continue to remain like that. Now for the issue of operations in the southeast. Operations are already going on in the southeast, and new operations are being rejuvenated to be conducted in the southeast. Like I told you, it's not just kinetic operations that are going out in the southeast. There are equally non-kinetic operations that are going out in the southeast. I can assure you that during the last election, what is happening now was the same thing that happened in the southeast. An election went on in the southeast region. Nothing happened. The same thing is going to happen during this 2003 election. We cannot rule out there are not going to be one or two incidences. That one we cannot rule out down. But election is going to happen in the southeast region, like any other region in the country. On the last further question on Nasarawa and and Nasarawa and Benue State, like I said, we're not going to dwell on that issue for now. We'll leave it the way it is, just like the way the governors of Benue and Nasarawa State have made their press release. We are not going to join issues. Like I said, we're not going to join issues with anybody on that. The chief executive officers of those states have spoken on the issue, and we will leave it as such. Whatever is the outcome of it as it comes, as things continue to unfold during the course of the week, you will get to know.
The majestic River Niger, rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the Delta, where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. Stretching to about 4,000 kilometers, River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger Bridge constructed by Dumez was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, please, what could I do? I said, what was the issue? He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow? He said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes.